Goodbye.
Time to get started.
What did you do?
I do not see a game from Mr. Drumble.
Oh. How about that?
What did you do?
I mean, really, the reason I went back to the pre-stream was not because of that. It was because I forgot to even jump into the call.
Time to get
So
started.
continue was over. I'm like, oh, I should do that.
I don't appear to be aligned either.
I wonder if I could have anything to do about that, gentlemen.
That could be, actually.
Surprise!
I can't get you aligned without I can't get you aligned without you having your streamed up because I have to push a little arrow that makes it bigger. So So how are levels for Drumble and a surprise Mr. Xavier, who I assume is only here to talk about the retro tank?
No. I'm gonna hold back.
So how are those levels? I didn't catch the levels on the meters there. Drum, Xavier, talk a little more?
Talking a little more, but not about a retro tank.
Not about a retro
talking
tank
about
at
a
all.
birdie.
Talking about a birdie.
Oh, look at the
Apparently sounds good. Okay.
Bernie doesn't need to run through a retro tank.
Sure.
Well,
So he could maybe benefit from it.
Yeah.
now to be
He
clear,
might look a little better.
His chroma looks good to me, so.
to be clear, what you all are seeing on the stream is not the retro tank. And in fact, hang on, I might have a setting wrong on the stream here.
So you're depriving them, in other words.
Yes.
Oh.
Oh, no, maybe I did.
Miss Lynn, Mr. Drumble, how have you been? It's been a while.
Doing all right.
Okay, yeah. So
What's going on?
just so you all know, I am looking at the retro tank. You all are not.
Wow.
Wow.
That's actually going to be the norm going forward, because the thing is, like, the cool thing about the RetroTink is like all of the filters and stuff like that, and you know,
And it's so cool. Try wants it all to himself.
it looks bad on streams. That's why for the stream last night I had to use a camera to actually zoom in and show what it looks like, because it looks bad on streams to have like filters and stuff. So the thing is, like, I get to use these for myself. These are scan lines I get to look at now. And sometimes you all can look at them in videos.
Boy.
I think maybe Try is the one who just joined to talk about the retro.
Yeah, I thought I was getting the jump on Try in the game by starting where I am, but it looks like Try's even further.
Well, okay, so I mean, I'm going to start over because I've started this game like twice, and like it was enjoying it, but like it just wasn't the right time, I guess.
You're just waiting for that retro tank.
I was just waiting for that retro tank. Now, this game is normally a 480i game. Oh, this has a surround sound feature.
Was this game ever on any other system? Because I vaguely remember it from back in the day. I never played it.
So,
I think it did the GameCube only.
You can hold
The
R
rare
to
GameCube exclusive
card
RPG.
dump. Yeah, it's called Rune in Japan.
huh. Oh,
Oh, it does not like my SD card thing in slot 2.
Oh. I'm amused that 2 people now have thought this is the Skittles game.
I saw that too. You know, I kind of want to get that game sometime. It's probably expensive though. I have no idea.
I wonder.
I can see. I mean, it's both like a female protagonist with like magic powers, but not Skittles in this. It's cards. So did you play you must have played the tutorial level.
Yeah.
It's pretty short, right?
Yeah, it was just like one battle.
well, this is sounding like a tutorial.
Yeah, this probably is more tutorial. Now that you mention it.
What are those? What are those? Just flowers in the corner? They looked like something. I guess they're just flowers.
Yeah. I don't have a retro tank, but I do have the game upscaled 3x internally.
Oh, that's all. I thought your
Like
mighty dolphin would be like 16K or something.
I mean, I could do more, but I could hardly tell the difference even at 3x.
But you're missing out on that feel of original hardware and,
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
and not functional SD card dongles. And I love Dolphin. Dolphin is fantastic.
First blood.
I feel like we haven't had one of those in a while.
Yeah, I miss the old zapper.
And that was not lined properly.
That alert might be using the old system.
I'm going to try this new limited edition Coke.
Ooh.
As much as I emulate games, I have hardly used Dolphin at all. It's kind of astonishing.
Yeah, considering that, I feel like that is like the fan favorite emulator.
Probably.
Like
I mean, it's
Too slow.
wonderful.
Time to end this.
I mean, even I'll admit, like, my limited experience using Dolphin is like probably the most positive emulator experience I've had. Like, just in terms of just ease of use.
Hi, my name's Rock.
It's so easy, even for Wii, to like pair
I like
Wii
it, but I don't know what
remotes. I mean, it does it without like any Windows system level pairing too. Somehow, I think maybe it just takes control over your internal Bluetooth, but it just happens immediately. Pushes like the built-in speaker stuff. Like it's perfect. It's so good.
That's pretty crazy. PPSSPP is pretty good too, just in terms of like being really easy to use.
I mean, I would use Dolphin more, but there's just no good GameCube games, you know?
Not
I'm kidding. I love GameCube. I just never want to play GameCube, apparently.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, you know, it's kind of the same with me. Like GameCube is so super popular, but like in the like it's I feel like it's more popular now than it was back in the day. And like,
I mean, we're probably at or approaching peak GameCube right now.
yeah, but like I think the thing for me is just like I kept up with the GameCube so well back in the day. And it just became a very boring system. Like this is among a relative. Like I actually not that long ago, like kind of looked at like my whole GameCube collection. I'm like, which of these am I the original owner of, and which of these did I buy later? And not.
Hello?
Not
Dr. Light, are you there?
not that many. Are ones that I've bought. I mean, maybe a quarter of them are ones that I bought like after its day, if that. Maybe not even that. Maybe like a sixth. It's not that many. That like, so it became a boring system, and then like PS2. PS2, I didn't keep up with anywhere near as well, and of course it had way more games, so PS2 has just become a much more interesting system for me in the years since.
Is this the first From Software bonfire?
Oh,
Probably not.
probably not.
Really?
I mean, From Software has
Yeah,
been
that's
around
one
for
game.
a long time.
Yeah. Did they have anything before PS1?
I'm not that I've ever heard of, but I wouldn't be surprised if they released some like weird like Japanese computer games.
I bet Google could tell me.
Nonsense.
I think Armored Core was like the earliest that I can remember being by them, right?
Armored
Like,
Core and Kingsfield.
Yeah,
no.
Kingsfield for the PlayStation in '94.
Is that their first game?
Yep.
90 PlayStation was out in '94.
I was just thinking that too. That's crazy.
Oh, it came out in like November, December '94 in Japan. It came out like maybe summer '95 here.
Is there really not a like large view of the map anywhere?
That would be weird.
Oh my god, the sign just told me this lady.
That lady?
Yeah.
Gerd.
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 So why are you all playing this game? Just random or?
Well, for one, it's
I
on
didn't know
my
if there was, like,
backlog, and both of us have the second game on our backlog. And Drum thought he could use a refresher of it before playing the second. Not that I think we even care about the story.
I mean, there's not much story.
Yeah, I don't even know if they're connected, honestly. But I think they're pretty different. Like the second game, I think is a little more actiony.
Oh yeah, there was a second.
Ow. Yeah, I don't know much about 2. I think it's a little more open worldy as well.
Yeah, like it's more of like a behind the character perspective than the overhead. And I also like in this you like cut away to like a different screen to fight, and I don't think you do in the second.
Yeah, but I beat this on a rental back in the day, and it felt like a good rental at the time, and I picked it up for like, I don't know, probably like $10 or so several years ago.
It's more than-
I bet it is.
Well, the second game is very expensive now. Like I got it for $40 several years ago, and I'm pretty sure it's a lot more than that now. It's probably around 100.
Very expensive.
Yes.
It's wild to think. I was thinking about the other day, but I got my Sony Wega Skies of Arcadia Legends for the GameCube and the GameCube component cables. I think all like for my birthday, or like using birthday money or whatever, like all for a single birthday, and then ended up like giving most of them away. That like just now, all these things are like oh my god, a Sony Wega GameCube component cables. I'm sure Skies of Arcadia is probably worth like a few $100 now too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, easily.
Is did you have the same or similar HD Sony that I had, or was that not an HD?
I think I had like a 27-inch, and I think yours, you got yours at the same time.
Yours was probably not
think
HD
yours-
though.
Color level.
No, mine had widescreen, so it had 16:9 mode, but it didn't have HD. But it did have component input.
Cube.
Yours was probably cooler than mine, honestly. Even though mine was HD. Because
I don't
HD
know, those
was
HD CRTs I thought are pretty highly sought after.
They but anyway, they're actually pretty good for 480p and 480i games, but honestly, I've since kind of learned to appreciate the actual look of a real 480i on an actual 480i screen. And it's, I don't know. It's I don't know. It's hard to describe, but ow. Oh, did that Mandragora or whatever it was hurt me just from walking up to it? But yeah, they're actually not that good for HD stuff, because I still had that TV when I got a PS3, and it was like the first time I was able to actually hook up anything HD to it. And then later when I got just like a crappy, LCD TV, my first one, like even like 720p PS3 games, I could see a lot more clarity and detail than I could on the HD CRT.
I just remember when I got rid of mine. Like, I was moving out of one of my apartments, and it was the very last thing left. I'd already replaced it with an HD TV, and it was middle of a work day, and I couldn't get any friends to come over and help me remove it. So I just had to manhandle the thing, pick it up, carry it down like 3 flights of steps. Heaviest thing in the world. Oh my god.
Mm.
I'm amazed you didn't injure yourself doing that.
Same. My arms were hurting after.
Hello, Tip. Hello, Lena.
Oh, hey. Oh, I saw a notification at the top of the Backloggery today that the beta is up.
Oh, I'm glad that was eye-catching enough.
It was news to me.
Not sure how to deal with these mandragoras without getting hit. That was not it. I think I'm going to just have to take damage.
Now, Drum, random question for you.
Would you rather
Have
live in a world with no mac and cheese or a world with no pizza?
No
That's a good
mac.
question, Xavier.
Oh, perfect.
No mac and cheese.
No mac and
easily.
cheese. I mean, mac and cheese is great and all, but it's no pizza.
Oh, I'd say no pizza. I'm
I'd
more
say
of a
no
mac and
pizza,
cheese.
too.
Really?
Yeah. I'm
Right
not
on.
like in love with pizza like a lot of other people seem to be.
There's a lot of good mac and cheeses too. You know,
There is good mac and cheese. But, like, I feel like at so many parties, you would end up like, well, I guess I'm not eating because they ordered pizza and you couldn't have it. I guess you're living in a world,
Yeah, in
though.
a world without pizza.
So is there, like, mac and cheese delivery then?
have you never had mac and cheese delivered? Because like I do this probably a couple times a month, man. Like,
Wow.
I probably have, actually, at least
Fa-
during the pandemic.
Fancy LA mac and cheese, I guess, huh?
oh, some are like really bougie but good, and
Ow.
then some are just like, you know, like the real like bar food, like crumble with some goldfish on top of it, like.
What?
Yeah, no, like they'll do that. It's just, you know, comes with that. It's so good.
Oh.
Look, restaurants will overcharge you for anything.
It's true.
That's a good idea. Maybe we should sprinkle some goldfish on the top of our mac and cheese next time.
Whoa.
Feeling good, Lewis?
Not feeling good,
Especially,
Lewis.
no, Lynn, it's especially good if the mac and cheese is super hot and gooey, and then you get that crunch on top with the goldfish. Ooh,
Oh, that sounds great.
yeah.
I keep any of that? Oh, I can add stuff.
So, my random question was going to be: have you started or bought Tears of the Kingdom yet?
I own Tears of the Kingdom. I have not started it yet.
I see.
Apparently, I made the mistake of completing Breath of the Wild. Not completing, but like I went back and did the DLC earlier in the year, and now I've heard from several people, including Try, that like, oh, it's better to space them out because they're kind of more similar than you might think.
Yes.
I mean, I don't want to say too much because I know Drum's tolerance for spoilers for Zelda is very low.
So I don't know. Lynn and I are talking about starting Dark Souls here soon. So maybe I'll get Tears of the Kingdom after that.
Was the PC issue patched?
No, we have to buy the remaster.
Oh, did you get a good deal?
Decent.
Half off or something like that.
Yeah.
Or like 60% off. Something like that.
So yeah, I wanted to ask about Tears of the Kingdom because I put it down for Final Fantasy 16, and I haven't picked it back up yet. I think I put quite a few hours into it though. I think maybe 20 or 30 or something.
Oh,
like
I thought
that.
you.
But I was talking.
I didn't realize you'd played that little. I mean, I in the end I did 115. I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, I don't know how much we should be talking about it at all in Drum's presence.
I mean, you've reached the limit.
I was just mostly curious to see your take
I
on
hope
it
you're
because
happy. You ruined Thanksgiving.
Drum is
It's,
glaring at you right now.
I'm not gonna spoil anything. I'm just, you and I had far different, like, and granted you finished it, I have not. But you and I had far different takes on it. And yeah, I mean, that's, I think you said it was like one of your favorites. Try.
Oh, I mean, I thought it was. I mean, I don't know if Drum will glare at me for saying I thought it was incredible.
Spoiler.
You monster.
I had a great time playing it.
I can't believe you would tell me that.
You think he's joking, but he's partially joking.
Drum's just gonna be laying in bed at night, just eyes staring up at the ceiling, like.
Yeah, just
Damn
like
it.
that.
Drum, can you run out of cards like when you're in a level, or is it only within each battle that you have a limited selection?
You have a limit for the level, so you have to be careful. Have they told you about dumping cards yet?
Well, I saw that. I don't think so, but I saw that in the I saw that function on the controller screen. Does that mean that the card goes back in my inventory without spending it?
If you dump a card during a battle, you're throwing it out of your hand, and you don't get it back that battle, but it goes back into your deck for the level.
So how well do you remember this? Out of curiosity, Drum.
Oh, well.
Oh, okay.
You-
Oh, it's beans o'clock already.
Oh.
Early.
To answer Enchilada's little comment in the chat, I was pretty so-so on Final Fantasy 16. I wasn't super impressed. I thought it was fine. I gave it, in my backlog, I think a 3 out of 5, which is Resident Evil 3 level, I think, the remake.
Drum hasn't played that yet either.
I mean, I know that game has disappointed many.
The Resident Evil 3 remake has disappointed many?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought it was as well received as the others.
No. Like, it's still good, but after 2, it was kind of a letdown.
It's good, but it's. I mean, of course, the source material wasn't as good as 2, but still, like, it's a big step down from 2.
I had no idea.
Even though it's fundamentally so similar, but it's good.
No wonder you skipped over it to play 4.
Now, Lynn, have you or were you planning on playing Final Fantasy 16?
In like a decade or 2, yeah.
Oh, okay.
She just finished 8, so...
That tells you how
Oh,
far
great.
along I am.
Well, I mean, you don't need to go in chronological order, right? I mean,
I know, but like once you play a more modern one, it's hard to go back to the older ones.
oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. I don't know. The 16 was my first, besides the 7 remake, was the first one that I've played, like the first single-player Final Fantasy game that I've played since 10.
Wow.
I haven't played 12. I put maybe like an hour into 13, maybe an hour into 15. So like it was the first one I've certainly played through. And it's, I think, receiving pretty universal praise, but
I mean, it's. I think it's divisive. I mean, I thought the combat felt very good to play, but at the same time, like I definitely would have liked something a little more balanced, like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it had a lot more, kind of compromises that blended action and more traditional sort of strategic elements. It was very much all action. I mean, I still think I would still consider it an action RPG, but I think a lot of people didn't like it going so full on action. But I mean, I liked it quite a bit. But I mean, I would consider it in like my bottom half of Final Fantasies. But that is still, you know, the vast majority of that bottom half I still like quite a lot. You know.
Yeah, I mean, it was by no means bad. I mean, not at all. I like the combat. Combat grew on me eventually, but it took tens of hours too. But
I mean, I think
I noticed throughout like playing it, like the problem for me is that like I was only really enjoying it when I didn't have to play it. You know, I love like the story progression. I love the cutscenes. I love the characters. But then I had to play the stupid game, and I'm like, oh god, this is just which is like the kind of like the trope, right? With games like that, or you know, Metal Gear had that too, right? Where it's like, oh, it's just, you know, so much just movies and stuff. But like honestly, if they just made a movie out of it, I probably would have loved it. I mean. I don't know. It just the gameplay, the like side quests.
The side quests were really boring. Like
even the main story was like that too. You know, it was just run and hack and slash and run and hack and slash and fetch.
Corey's complaint with it, and he hasn't finished it yet. But Corey's complaint has been like, it goes from like 5 miles per hour to 1,000 miles per hour, like constantly.
Yeah.
Which I mean, which I don't mind necessarily because, like, I kind of felt like, I kind of felt like too many, Final Fantasies, like starting with 10, really haven't really, gotten like pacing right. And I feel like that was like what Final Fantasy was so good at, like all through the Super Nintendo and PS1 days, was like it's just very good at like always presenting you with like you're always kind of like presented with a new scenario, and you're like, oh, I want to see how this plays out, you know? Like you're always like compelled forward. And I feel like starting with 10, I feel like even as the stories and characters and all have been good, I feel like the pacing is like more flat and just kind of steady throughout. Whereas like it's coming to these like regular crescendos in the Super Nintendo and PS1 era, you know?
I don't know. I think you're not remembering 8 very well because I feel like there were a lot of dead spots in 8's story.
I'm not saying dead spots, but it's like overall not that long until it starts working up to something else that's interesting, you know? But
I feel like
8 is divisive, okay? I mean, that's normal to think that. I happen to really like 8.
I liked it too, but the story I felt was one of the areas where it was lacking, and I feel like it was really strong at the beginning and really strong towards the end, but the middle was just very kind of flat, and like it was hard to find the interest to kind of move forward with the story.
Well, that's a normal way to feel with 8. I don't feel that way.
I mean, I have very fond memories of 8. It's crazy. Like, I actually booted up an old save of it last night and played like an hour or two, which is just wild. But I have fond memories of it, but I think Lynn's like totally right. Like, my memory of it is still, you know, like that weak middle. I'm curious when the last time you've played through a try, because like it's probably been decades for you, right? Like,
I probably last played it, I would guess, like I think I probably played through it like maybe 2005, 2006 is probably the last time I played all the way. But, you know, only a few years ago, like when the HD version was coming out, Corey and I almost did a video on it. And so in preparation for that video that didn't happen, I played, in fact, I streamed it. Like I played like all of disc 1 in like a day.
Wow.
And it was it was a good day. Let me tell you, I had a great time playing FF8 Disc 1.
Now, Lynn,
mean,
where do you rank it
Discord is-
in the rest of the ones you've played?
Huh?
Where do you rank it in the ones that you've played?
I haven't really come up with an official ranking in my head. I don't know. Like the very early ones are kind of not great, and then there's 4, 5, and 6 are really solid, and then 7. I, I liked 7 a lot more than I thought I was gonna. Once I finally got farther in than like 8 or 9 or 10 hours, so I would say maybe 7 is my favorite so far.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I love 7.
It's real good.
Even
Yeah,
the
like-
remake. Go ahead.
Huh?
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, so like what was it? Had I tried to play 7 like twice before I finally ended up doing the run where I beat it?
Don't ask me.
Like once or twice before I finally did the whole thing, and like the beginning did not capture me very strongly, but once you get past like the first disc and all the stuff that people don't spoil starts happening, and then I was like, oh wow, this is crazy.
Yeah, I that was.
Cool.
I mean, I always like was really interested in Final Fantasy VII story even before I played it, but like, and I played it relatively early, but like at the time it felt like it'd been out a long time, right? And like lots of friends had talked about it, and oh, this happens and that happens, so I knew a lot going into it, and I thought I had a pretty good grasp over the whole story. But I mean, it was like, I don't know, it was like 99 that I played it probably. So like only like 2 years after it was out. But at the time it seemed like it was old. But, but like you're right. Once I got past a certain point, it's like, oh wow, there's like a whole lot more that goes on in the game than I knew about. Like I thought I knew mostly everything about the story, but I really didn't.
Yeah, I mean, most everybody knows the big end of disc 1 spoiler, but like, no, like there's other shocking stuff that happens that nobody talks about, which I really appreciate because I had no idea. But I also I fell in love with the characters too. Like the interactions with Barrett and Tifa and Cloud were really funny. Like the whole sailor suit thing was hilarious. I love that you could tell him to wear it as pajamas, and you see him in his room later with it still on.
I mean, I was shocked that Drum and I, at least I assume Drum had not been spoiled on where Metal Slug 3 goes. Like, here's this really old game with this super over the top climax, and like, I never knew where it went.
Wait, Metal Slug 3 had a climax?
I mean, why? That's not the kind of thing people talk about. Yeah. It's not like a story spoiler.
Yeah, but you would still think I would have heard someone say something. Like, I always heard people say it's the best, but like no one said why.
It's hard to imagine that type of game. I've only ever played like a little bit, but it's hard to imagine that type of game would have any sort of compelling story. Like in my head, it's kind of like a Contra.
It's not that it has a compelling story, but the things that happen are awesome.
like gameplay mechanics or stuff.
Well, not necessarily gameplay mechanics, but it's just like it's not like, oh, it's a compelling story. It's just like,
it's like riding missiles in Contra 3. You're just like, what are we doing?
Yeah, that kind of ridiculousness. Like it gets super. It gets like even more ridiculous than possibly Contra ever gets.
Really? Wow.
I guess you didn't watch that stream at all.
I did. I just don't think I was there for the very end.
Yes.
I forget what I was doing at the time, but yeah.
Now, Lynn, have you played the 7 remake?
Oh.
I've not. I watched Drum play some of it, and I if I've decided if I play it, I'm gonna wait until all 3 parts are out so I can just play them back to back if I want.
That would be a lot of game, but
Game.
I get it.
Yeah, like, I don't want to get to this cliffhanger and be like, have to wait like 5 years for the next one, you know?
I absolutely love the remake. And nothing could have been, in my mind, like, more hyped up. Like, that is like the one and only big thing I ever wanted from a game. Like, would be a 7 remake for years and years and years. And I loved it. And I mean, I know there's like, where it leaves off is kind of a little finicky. So like, I don't know. Like towards the end, I guess I soured on it. But then I picked up Integrate, the port for the PS5. And I thought, I might play this at some point again. This is probably like a year after the original came out, or a year and a half. And I just like booted Integrate, fooled around with the graphics, and before you knew it, I just like put in another 50 hours. Just replayed it. Like, I absolutely loved it.
I mean,
so good, so well done.
The end goes off the rails a bit, and some of the new scenarios are just like completely unnecessary, but for the most part, I was shocked at how well it matched the tone of the original game. Like because like I feel like stuff like Advent Children and Crisis Core and Dirge of Cerberus, even though I like all of those to an extent, I feel like they always felt different. They didn't feel like part of the same world. The new characters they introduced didn't feel like they meshed with the world and how I envisioned the world of Final Fantasy VII. And then the remake like actually feels like what you imagined, right? Like it just hits the right tone. And I didn't think Nomura could do it. I didn't think he had enough restraint to not go full Nomura all the time. He saved most of the Nomura-ing for the ending and the stupid bicycle guy who never appeared again.
No murring. I love that.
Don't jinx it too. We don't want the stupid bicycle guy appearing in the next one or the one after that. So yeah, I mean, so many of the like scenarios from the first. I mean, they did a really faithful job of, remaking it, right? But like, so many scenarios from the first were just so freaking good remade. Like, I think of like, when you arrive down into the slums and you're just, escorting Aerith, like how good that was in the remake.
Yeah.
And like just going into Seventh Heaven for the first time, sitting down at the bar, right? Like, oh my God, it's just so good.
But my only, like, I have some nitpicks with the battle system, but my only real complaint with the game, some of it was definitely very fillery feeling, like the haunted train segment.
Some areas went on a little too long.
I actually really like the haunted train part, but like
I think that's
kind of a bit of breaking up the action of the main story too, right? Like, I think it would have been so much better had like other shit not been going on.
John, what's your take on like is it good to explore, or because I remember this being something I couldn't quite figure out, like do you want to explore and risk getting in more battles and risk running out of cards, or
like if you explore, you definitely risk not being able to finish the level, but I would think of it like quote unquote grinding, like in Dragon Quest, where you just getting as far as you can in a run, because you keep the cards you earn during that exploration.
But wouldn't you have lost the cards that you used?
You don't. Do you lose cards permanently?
Or is
Ever?
it just per level?
I thought it was per level, but I might be wrong.
So you're saying that dying is not? I didn't realize that. So dying is not a total loss.
Like they haven't introduced it yet, but there is an enemy capture mechanic too. So like, and again, I don't
use your bullets and save your missiles, but don't waste your ammo either.
Use your bullets and save your but don't waste your ammo.
Don't waste your ammo either.
like I don't remember the nuance of this game at all, but right now, like that's my strategy. Like, go ahead and explore because you're just going to be building up your deck.
A potential customer is a welcome customer. What can I do for you?
It's like the first run in the Goblin boss, like I lost the boss because I ran out of cards.
Ah.
But it's not a big deal. You keep the chests you open stay open, so you don't have to go back at them again. So your next run through can be a lot more straightforward.
Okay. That's
Steffi
a little less scary. I seem to remember like being afraid of like, oh gosh, the levels are kind of long and then you die, and also like being unsure if like I could get myself into like a really difficult situation by like using up cards or something.
Steffi's giving you shit for you, of all people, not liking the haunted train segment.
Like they just made it into this whole big thing, which I don't think is going to come around again in a later game or anything. So it was just like this weird diversion, in my opinion.
I mean, it was in the original game, but much, much shorter. But
yeah,
the things that I didn't like were just like the new segments, like chasing that monster in the sewers under Don Corneo's, and also that bike chase guy. Like all that new stuff was just kind of like added nothing. But like also like the one level that I remember being like, this is way too long was the approach to the second reactor. Like that was kind of an unnecessarily long walk.
I don't remember that being. Yeah, I don't really remember it. I remember being on the train and all that.
You're like, it's like,
yeah, you had to.
It's like where
yeah,
those
you had
big
to be
vents
in the-
are, and then one of the summons is behind one of the vents.
Right. Yep, I remember it now. Yep, you're right.
It's pretty long and not that interesting until like under that area where like all of those catwalks are.
Yeah, it was neat. I thought it was neat.
It's okay, but it's definitely one of the areas that I remember thinking like, all right, this could have been like half the length.
Marky's just started batting Kaito's origins.
I'd be curious how you feel about that, because I'm going to own it again when I get the Switch version.
Oh yeah, I forgot that was coming out.
Yeah. And I do regret selling the GameCube one because it's very expensive now.
Very expensive.
It is.
It is. I still have a sealed copy.
Oh dang.
Hanging on to.
retirement fund.
I remember I remember it like it was like that and Star Fox Assault. I just remember like looking at like the same like one or two copies on the shelf in Best Buy for like years. Like no one bought them, and they were like $20, and I was just like, oh, I'll buy those someday.
I think I got mine in a bargain bin at Walmart for like $20 or $30. But yeah, I don't know. Like the way you talked about it when you tried to play it and decided you didn't like it, like you basically talked me into not wanting to play it.
I mean,
But
I don't remember a lot of the specifics of what bugged me, but it all had to do with the battle system, and I really, really, really like the battle system in the first game, and I just remember thinking like, oh, like I don't. Oh wait, found this to be clean once a month. Left once, right 3 times. Oh, okay.
doesn't the whole party like share one deck in Origins, or is that the case in the original too? Now I can't remember.
I don't.
Yeah, I think that's right. I
don't remember
because
that.
everyone had like their own powers and their own decks in the first game.
Yeah, however they did it, like I didn't actually play that far into it, but it was this kind of situation where it was like I was just like, I don't see this battle system evolving into something I'm going to enjoy, and I was just really annoyed how they had changed it.
I remember you saying how like obtuse like the plot advancement was. Like you needed to talk to a certain NPC like 2 or 3 times in a row for them to say something different.
Oh,
give you a hint of what comes next.
Maybe that kind of stuff is annoying. But
Yeah,
I definitely remember being annoyed, and you know, I want to give it another chance, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see buying the Switch remasters and giving it a chance there, and still selling my sealed copy.
No, I mean there you go. You could even import the physical copy and still save money.
Yeah.
Still make money.
Is only Japan getting a physical copy again?
Steffi, I'm not sure if it's only on Switch, but I think at least the physical is going to only be on Switch.
So you're saying the physical is only in Japan, so I'd have to import it?
Japan and or Asia, I think. I've got it pre-ordered, but I forget which version I have pre-ordered.
So
what would it be on if not Switch? Right? Isn't it a Monolith game? I thought they were.
That's a good point, but I mean, Namco owns it though.
They own Batten Kaitos or Monolith?
They own Batten Kaitos.
Oh, I see.
So I don't think Nintendo has anything to do with this release. What do those blue and I think I've seen red ones too. I thought they healed you at first, but it looks like they do something else.
They'll talk to you about them as you get further in the level. But the blue ones they might heal you, they might give you a card, or they might give you a battle.
Oh.
I like how the confirm button is always just labeled, go on.
Go on.
Maybe it was the word for continue in Japanese, and they just needed to shorten it or something for the UI.
What is it with games of this era and not having smooth camera control? is
That's a good
like
question.
I find being locked to these 90-degree increments more annoying than it should be.
It doesn't bother me, but I mean, you're right. I think it is a trend. I mean, I wonder if it's more of a GameCube thing, because like, I mean, even though it doesn't necessarily make sense for this game, but like you know, the GameCube has like the octagonal C stick pivot, and like I could see, I don't know. Yeah, it's not necessarily relevant to the way they do it in this game, but can you not see what your creature's element is? Or your card's element? You see what type of card it is, but not what element?
I was wondering that as well.
I mean, I think you can see... I think you can see when it's... when you're choosing it, like, for your deck, but in battle, I don't think you can tell. You just see what type. I mean, I remember when this game came out, like, it was a relatively early GameCube game. And it was, like, kind of a big deal because that was still, like, the RPG-starved era of Nintendo. And, like, there had been, like, 2 RPGs on a Nintendo console in a generation up to this. I guess maybe 3. Like there might be more games that could be kind of considered RPGs, but when oh, here we go. Red Fairies.
Is this all there is to the game, or are there not like any towns or anything like that?
I mean, this is a level.
Oh.
There's a world map you choose levels on.
Yeah, so are there locations?
They're like little shops, but they're kind of like Final Fantasy 1 where like, you know, you go inside and it's like an interface rather than like you walking around inside the shop.
So the vast majority of the game is just dungeon crawling, basically.
Basically.
Yeah.
Sounds kind of boring.
You're hard battling.
I don't have problem with this type of game. I have a soft spot for a little bit of dungeon crawling. Sometimes it can be
Xavian, as a Dolphin user, say you were playing this game with a style controller, but it's got the cards laid out in a GameCube face. How would you map your face button?
Yeah. Ooh. That's I would probably put the A as the kind of the bottom button.
That's what I did. Yeah.
Okay. And the B is the left, and yeah.
like what's kind of weird about the GameCube layout is like X is to the right, whereas it's the top button on, you know, the standard Nintendo controllers.
Yeah, same with B is also in the wrong
Right,
position.
but well, no, but A and B are like on the GameCube, like they are relative to each other in the same positions as they would be on a standard controller. It's just it's a little like, and Y is also kind of like at the angle, the upward angle that you would normally have it at. So X is just kind of feels like it's in a weird position, but I overall think that the GameCube layout should have become the standard because I like the central.
What?
I like the central button.
God no.
No. I mean, you know, it doesn't work out well when you like translate like GameCube games to translate the buttons literally to, you know, another controller. But I like the central home position, and from that position you have quick access to all the other buttons, and it's also easy to hit A and B simultaneously, A and Y simultaneously, and A and X simultaneously. Like, you know, that's useful in games like Soul Calibur, for instance. Whereas like on a standard diamond layout controller, you can only hit like, you know, if you're going by Nintendo buttons, you can only hit like B and Y simultaneously or A and X simultaneously, like easily, right? So I feel like this layout actually gives you more flexibility. I'm not saying that they would have to be kidney beans or different sized buttons going forward, but I just mean that kind of like upside down tilted like T pattern. Like imagine that, but with just like standard buttons. Like I think that would actually have been better, like to become this overall industry standard.
You stupid rat.
Huh?
That card didn't attack at all, and I don't have any jewels left to summon anything else. This guy has 4 HP.
You can summon, but your HP will drain.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
I mean, I do have to say, like the GameCube layout. You know, when you see it on screen as part of like a UI element, like to me, it just so very quickly like clicks viscerally. You know, so like even if I'm using, say, an Xbox controller or something like that, and I see A, I would just, without even thinking, hit whatever the bottom button is. Like you just know where they are. Whereas like PlayStation, I kind of get some of that, but I think a lot of like the classic like Nintendo layout that was then flipped, you know, by the Xbox One has just made both of those systems. Like for me, if I picked up a Nintendo controller and you told me to push A, I don't know that I could do it. Like I would probably hit the wrong one without looking. So I do love that, like that there's, you know, different colors, different sizes. Like to me, that just was so good. It felt so right. And it's what makes like modern games for me a little like confusing. Like if I pick up Zelda, even after putting like over 100 hours into Breath of the Wild, like just picking it up again, I'm like, what the hell does what?
Yeah.
I mean, it's only been in more relatively recent years that I'm not just completely confused by Xbox buttons. And to this day, I'll still like screw up like the Y button being at the top of the Xbox controller just really screws me up.
Yeah. Do not like.
Okay, I pretty confident I have confirmed that you don't use cards up permanently. It's just per level.
Okay, well that's good. So is there no reason every time you go to one of those like card deck spots, like is there just no reason to not like fill up your deck with unused cards?
I mean, unless there's like a bad card for the level.
Right, but like you're not going to lose that card ever. Like if you drop a card, do you lose it forever or is it just for the level?
Drop. You mean dump? With
Dump.
the R button?
Whatever. Yeah.
That's just for the battle.
Oh, just for the battle. Okay.
Yeah.
Oops, I accidentally just dumped a card for the battle because we were talking about it. I didn't mean to do it.
Stefan brings up a good point in the chat here, which is the GameCube triggers. I was a big fan of them back in the day, but it's also part of the reason that anytime I emulate it now, like, I just have to use a GameCube controller. Like, I mean, it's very easy to do, too, if you have one of those adapters for the Wii U or the Switch that came out, you know, for Smash. It's just so plug and play and easy. But, like, I have to use that. Like, to map the click to a different thing or to just, like, map the range and not have that physical feel, it just oh, it's just terrible, especially in something like Super Mario Sunshine. Just very hard to get used to it.
Yeah, I mean, Joe and I were talking the other day about how we really like the instant click of the ZR and ZL on like the Switch Pro controller, versus just like the, you know, like analog triggers. They're like only useful for like, they're really only useful for like racing games for the most part. There's not a lot of like good use of analog triggers. But that said, I love the idea of like these triggers and the click at the bottom. Like I feel like GameCube was the one system that really did analog triggers right. And I feel like people seem really kind of not a big fan of it, but that's part of what I like about the PS5 triggers, even though I feel like I haven't like seen them used super well very many times, but I like the idea that there can be a GameCube trigger click added at like any point in the trigger pull. Like that's a possibility.
Huh.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that. Love it. I hope, and I would bet one day crazy developers of Dolphin will probably put in something special for that controller, you know, to make it emulate the feel. I love it too. But you're right. Like what, you know, like again, look at Final Fantasy 16. What a brilliant use of R2 to open a door, you know?
Oh yeah,
like,
that was like, and then like I can't believe, like it was so worthless that they did that. Like why?
So anytime, so, you know, like for Drum and Lynn, like when you have like a major door to go through, suddenly your trigger becomes very resistant and you have to hold it down to open the door.
Oh
Wow.
my gosh, it's been so long since Xavier's been around that Kasumi doesn't even recognize your voice.
Whoa.
Oh, I'm hurt. It has been a long time though. I was thinking about that the other day because, like, you know, like I'll pop in here once in a while, not often, but you know, just being on. I was on the. I was viewing the MLeague stream yesterday, which was great, and I just thinking like, God, I haven't like talked to Corey in probably like 10 years. You know, I mean, like we used to play a lot of Fortune Street back in the day, but really like. I'm sure I haven't talked to him since I saw him at like MagFest the last time, which was forever ago. Like,
Forever. I mean, wasn't he like? I mean, it wouldn't have been like talking in person, but like, it didn't work out. But like when we were in LA in 2017, weren't you like trying to coordinate with him, or was I coordinating with you? I can't remember.
I think you were coordinating with me, and I can't remember. Something came up then. Yeah, I think I was coordinating with you, but like that was pretty soon after I moved here too. And I mean, I've been here like 8 years.
Wow,
So,
it feels like
even
you've.
that would have been a while ago.
I feel like LA Xavier has been like the Xavier I've known for like the past 15 years of my life. Is it really? Have you only been out there 8 years?
Well, you had City Xavier who moved to DC for a few years too. So
I
that's
forgot.
why
I
probably,
almost forgot about the DC Xavier.
I know, yeah.
Every location is inextricably tied to your character. You change forms every time you move.
He's the man of the land.
It's true. Gotta blend in, you know.
Wow, that whole level gave me no gold? Like, do you only get gold by selling cards?
I don't know.
I assume when your cards have enough experience points to level up, like, it's just always worth it?
You mean transform?
Yeah.
I glanced at a fact before the stream to try to refresh myself, and it sounds like some transformations are probably considered inferior by most people, but usually it's a good idea.
So that's playing a guitar.
Hell yeah.
Is it really?
I think he's got
Yeah.
a sword.
What? Taller.
He's like smacking his fingers. Like, "Arr."
No, he's
Yeah.
spreading a bit of that.
Yeah.
Kasumi says I sound less free-spirity.
Yeah. You've changed, man. You used to be cool.
My hair's still long as hell, by the way. So it was short for a long time, but it's back. It's long. So
How long?
how long is it? Not quite down to my shoulders. It's getting there.
Well,
I haven't
that's
cut it in
not-
about a year.
It's not like the longest imaginable hair.
No, I mean it got to be a little crazy.
Brian does not want to hear about your hair life unless it's a Guinness World Record.
Yeah, unless it's like Rapunzel or something, right? Like
Rapunzel Xavier.
wasn't there like a Princess Xavier that you made in some game, like that
Oh!
dropped her hair out of a?
Battle of Olympus.
Yeah.
I wasn't on the stream for that, but I want to put a stop to that. You know, no.
What wasn't didn't we intend to integrate that into like one of the videos sometime, like
I don't remember that.
Everyman's Tribe? Well, didn't we record? I feel like at some point we recorded. In fact, I think I've got backed up in some folder because like we there were a few things that we saved for like potential like new version of Everyman's Triumph clips, ending clips, and we thought the Battle of Olympus ending was pretty good.
Oh, I hardly remember it now.
You guys have like a background with that, where the two are standing looking at the distance or something.
Yeah, that was one of the pre-stream images.
Oh yeah.
those intro and outro videos, they are gotta be old now, especially the intro,
Yeah.
right?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
I mean, there is like
have you thought about redoing them? Like,
Oh, we've thought about it, but just not gotten around to it. I mean, maybe when the remake officially launches or something, we could do something. I mean, Drum wanted to make like a Super Nintendo sounding version or something sometime.
I don't think you're ever going to make a video for the Backloggery again. Because you're too busy with MLig and your freelance stuff. And you're still sitting on the ending, the alternate ending, hopes.
Yeah.
I would be far more likely to make a new version of Continue than to finish the alternate ending of Hope Set.
Oh, but come on!
Everything.
Wait, you want to
the
get
alternate
dragged
ending
into
for
the
what?
closet by Backlog?
No, it's you that gets dragged.
Oh, that was me? That's right.
That's right. Try.
Drag me into the closet, Try. Come on.
Well,
Okay,
wait. So
that's
you
cool.
recorded
Somebody has that.
an alternate ending for that?
We did have a Try ending and a drum ending, but he only made the drum ending.
Ah.
Wait a second. What just happened?
I'm pretty sure I've not played this level before. Oh, what are the bees?
Bees.
Bees. There's bees around this tree. I'm going to investigate. Oh. Oh, there's a big bee.
Doc Dragon, hello by the way, asked if I still had the couch. I don't know what that means. Did I have the couch?
I mean, you sort of transiently owned every couch you surfed on.
I suppose that's true. I have owned a lot of couches though. It's strange. I don't know which would have been the couch. I feel like every time I've moved somewhere, I'm like, ugh, I don't want to bother moving this.
Ow.
Yeah, you would think Try would want to, have a video in which he's the hero.
You would think.
Yeah.
Prince Triforce.
Prince Triforce.
Okay, Lena's making me wonder what among the staff here, or everyone, guy can chime in. How do you rank like Switch Pro versus Xbox versus PlayStation controller? What's your preference?
Switch Pro. You mean like just current generation main controllers?
Yeah.
Oh man, that's actually really hard. Because I like all three of them quite a lot. Like, to be honest,
Personally, I would go Switch Pro because I like the non-analog triggers and having a gyro. Like I can't play a shooting game without gyro anymore. I can't go back.
It blows my mind that there's still people that don't like that, because when I go to a game that I can't do that in, which sadly is most games, because most games just don't think to integrate that. It's like
PlayStation does have gyro, but it has the analog triggers, which I find like they're not. It's nice to know right when the trigger is going to trigger.
Yeah, I mean each of the controllers like has really strong pluses and a few things that don't, that are unfortunate. Like, Switch controller, probably on balance my favorite of the current gen, except the D-pad is really bad. Ironically, for the first time ever, I would say the Xbox has the most like accurate D-pad, just in terms of like, it works very, very well. You always hit the direction or diagonal that you intend to hit. But it's on the off position, but I actually don't mind that much. Whoa, that wrecked them. That doesn't bother me that much, actually. And I played AM2R with the Xbox controller, So I find it to be very versatile. It's definitely my go-to on the occasion that I have to play a PC game, because it's I
mean, I would think that would make it your least favorite just by association.
But it's very easy to set up. I like just the overall feel of I feel like the Xbox controller probably just has the best just holding it in your hand feel, to be honest. Oh, am I almost out of cards? But I like the extra functionality of the PS, the DualSense controller. I like that a lot. I like the analog triggers. I like the gyro. The Xbox controller doesn't have gyro. That's the biggest mark against it.
Yeah, I don't think X input supports gyro.
Really? Wow.
At this point, I can only assume that's why it still hasn't been added. They would have to update their driver or something in a major way.
I don't.
If the Switch Pro controller's D-pad was as good as the Xbox's D-pad, oh man, I think I'm done. Like, do I just have to let this bee kill me?
Are you out of cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, as far as I know, if you're out of cards, you're out of cards.
What do you mean?
Did you get this water monk card I have on my B button right now? It apparently like rejuvenates some of the cards in your deck.
Huh.
It's really mean.
It is a From game.
I mean, you would think think it would just be like, well, this is unwinnable. Like, game over, you know?
Yeah, I don't think I have actually ever used a current gen Xbox controller. The newest one I ever used was when I borrowed Try's Xbox One to play KOTOR, and I don't really remember what that felt like.
Yeah, I've only used it very briefly, so.
Smell bad.
But it's pretty similar to the previous ones, really.
Except the D-pad, I assume, because the 360 D-pad is
terminate
awful.
all enemies.
And I'm having to use that D-pad to play friggin' Elder Scrolls Redguard. It's not great. Because it doesn't recognize my DualSense, and it's the only Xbox controller we have, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I prefer the DualSense to the Switch Pro just because I've been using PlayStation controllers for my PC gaming for so long that's just what I'm used to. And I really hated Select and Start on the DualShock 4, but they're a lot better on the DualSense, so that eliminated like my one complaint, really. And the D-pad is solid.
It's solid. It's not perfect. Like, people do complain about it. I don't think it's too bad. I have maybe had some more issues with the D-pad compared to the DualShock 4, but you know, the plus though to the DualSense is that the D-pad is in the primary position. So if you were playing a platformer or other game where you'd prefer to use the D-pad, you know, that's definitely a plus for it.
Yeah. Or like a fighting game.
Yeah.
I do not use a stick for fighting games because it's too hard for me to do the roll stuff correctly.
Yeah, so
and plus the D-pad's just more accurate.
It's
doing
nice.
Click. Huh?
Yeah, it's nice to have that in the main position. But I do think that just in terms of just overall quality of, accuracy of the D-pad, the Xbox D-pad is the best. And I don't mind it being in the off position, honestly, that much. But yeah, it's overall, I think, the nicest controller to hold, but it's missing some nice features like the, adaptive triggers or instant click triggers or, gyro, which, as Drum says, is just insane. So I think the reason I ran out of cards was because I totally forgot to add cards to my deck.
That'll do it.
Yeah, between levels. Oh, that
It's a bit
C-Monk.
of a hard game to play with all this conversation going on.
I mean, it's not like it's very story driven, but learning to play the game is a little, learning to play the game while being distracted can be a little hard, which is probably part of the reason that I never finished the game when I started. Because the first time I don't remember what the circumstances were. The second time I started it was on M-League stream, and I fully intended to continue, but it wasn't a good pick for an M-League stream. I mean, there's definitely games that
Don't give up. Call 1-900.
that feel more appropriate on Backloggery stream.
So that reminds me, semi-unrelated, but Game Dave's been playing Final Fantasy Mystic Quest on his stream.
Mm-hmm.
You know, infamously easy, straightforward RPG, right?
I mean, it's not like a total cakewalk like later in the game, though.
It's not, but like as far as RPGs go, it's pretty easy.
Oh,
right?
sure. But it's
so
you can't totally phone it in either, though.
No, you can't. But point is, it's fairly easy.
Yes.
So he didn't go to the inn between dungeons. So he gets to the end of this dungeon and he's at the boss and he has totally run out of spells and he can't kill the boss. And it's like, man, what are you doing?
Like, did he not go to the end just because he was like, it's so easy I won't have to, or did he just forget?
So he was just not paying attention and forgot to do it, or if he thought he didn't need to. But yeah, your whole running out of cards thing kind of reminded me of that. And we were just kind of all groaning. Well, I was groaning, but
John, do you know how to proceed here? Like, is it like it's a very small area. Like when I was here before, I mean, I would have died anyway because I would have run out of cards. But like, I didn't see the exclamation mark by this ladder. I didn't think I could go down it.
I think you're in a different area than me.
Really? You haven't been here? I thought this was the only area that opened up.
I thought I was in the only one that opened up, but I'm in a graveyard.
You know, one thing that is very nice about this game, though, you know, you were kind of griping a little bit about the camera controls, but it's actually pretty rare for a Japanese game of this generation to have right is right and left is left. And actually to be able to change it, and I don't think you can change it, or can you?
Oh! I didn't realize that was low in health.
I don't think you can change it, but it's like it is correct. I mean,
when you're playing on an emulator, you can always change.
Wow, but
Steam Deck is not a controller. You would have been better off doing like the Steam controller.
What's not a controller?
Steam Deck. It's a whole handheld.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's a control device of its own.
I'll allow it being called a controller.
So wait, look at my screen. I'm in the burial grounds here, or at least I was before I died.
Is that not what was the second level? What was the second level?
Second level was Blassoon.
Blassoon, okay.
So where are you?
Mine's like to the upper right of where you're. Oh, you know what it might have been? I talked to Gerd, and there was like.
Oh, did you go to the bonus level?
Well, it said talk to Gerd, and she talked about this area. Maybe that's what opened it up. So is this a secret level?
I'll go take a look. There are bonus levels you unlock by talking kind of hard, I think. Yeah, this is the bonus level. You probably don't want to be there yet, but maybe I don't know if the first one's easy enough to clear early in the game or not.
I mean, it's not been impossibly difficult. The only reason I died was because I ran out of cards. But we shall see, I suppose.
So what did you think of that new Coke drum?
It wasn't bad. It had like some vaguely fruity undertones to it I couldn't quite place.
Yeah.
New Coke?
Like plain
What is
Coke.
new about the new Coke?
What was that?
What's new about the new Coke?
It's some limited edition tiny can, mini can.
It's XP flavored.
Oh, it's
It's like the color. It's like the color of caffeine-free Coke. Not.
The can.
Yes, the can.
Interesting.
They've like been slowly releasing these new limited time Coke flavors. Like the last one we tried was in a pink can, and I forget what the other one was.
The space one was not good. That's the only one I've tried.
Oh, there was a like.
You
too,
ruined
yeah.
Thanksgiving.
Oh, this one is called Ultimate.
Whoa.
And it tastes like.
I guess that's it. Coke is over.
Yeah.
Yep. Coke's over, everybody.
Space!
Whoa.
Okay.
What is that?
Who wants my dream Franken controller? Could start with a Wii U Pro controller base with the analog stick symmetrical but up high in the primary. Add a gyro. Add GameCube buttons with the kidney-shaped B button. Call it a day. That's a controller right there.
Kidneys. Good grief.
I mean, I would say like if you combine like the feel of, you know, just the feel of holding the Xbox Series controller with either GameCube or DualSense triggers, GameCube face buttons, put the D-pad in the upper left position, and then put the sticks parallel like on PlayStation. Like I feel like my ultimate controller, like if it was going to be something that I wanted to be good for all possible use cases, I would want the D-pad to be in the primary position more so than the analog stick. Because I'm very used to analog stick being in the off position for for PlayStation. You know, I hated it when the DualShock first came out. I hated that.
Oh, I am like completely like a modern controller. I don't want to be a game. Full stop. I want D-pad only on a retro game I'm playing. Get that analog stick out of here.
Yeah, I mean, but I'm just saying if you had to make an all-purpose controller.
If I had to, I would go with the PlayStation. Oh, Lena's on board with my Franken controller. All right, let's get a Kickstarter going. Talk to 8-Bit Do, see what we can make happen here.
Yep.
I keep the B how it is. I don't know. The bean shape for the B.
Oh, it's the coward's B button. Nemo was wrong.
You do remember, right, that it used to be a kidney shape.
Yeah.
That's why he wants
I
it.
learned that. I wanted it back.
Oh, like a prototype? It was kidney shaped.
Prototype had a kidney-shaped B button.
Yeah, Space World
What?
2000, I'm pretty sure it was still kidney shaped.
I just don't understand why you would want any of them to be kidney shaped. Just because they feel different?
Like GameCube is the only controller you can touch a button and know what button you're touching.
Yeah, I guess that's.
over the years, I had seen some GameCube prototype controllers on eBay, and man, I wish I would have picked one up because they used to have so like the big reveal, the big like public showcase for the GameCube was Space World 2000, where they had like a prototype Wavebird was there. They had what is pretty similar to the final GameCube controller, but it still had the kidney-shaped B. But there was even a version of that controller prior to Space World 2000 that I don't even think it had the D-pad. I think they put the start button in the location of the D-pad.
What?
And, oh yeah, and maybe they had the C stick still. I think they still had the C stick, but like the handles were super long too.
That is not ringing a bell at all.
Like, oh yeah, let me find one.
I remember a long handle controller version, but how do you rate the GameCube handles among handles?
At the time, I really liked them, but it feels weird going back to now.
Yeah, they haven't aged well.
I still like them a lot. I mean, I probably like DualSense or DualShock 4 or like current Xbox handles maybe a tad better, but I think they're the best of anything outside of that. Like I just remember the first time I held them, I was just like, oh my gosh, like this is melting into my hand.
Take a look in the chat. Posted a link to it.
Ow, 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 ow. Oh, I'm poisoned. Hang on.
What? This looks like a monstrosity.
Wow.
Is that a square pause select button?
Look at those face buttons, though, man.
So here, let me
What's that big square in the middle?
This says 3 of 4.
Is that a piece of tape?
Oh, I mean, I'm sitting far away from it, so.
Yeah, so it started out like that. It's just a piece of tape. And then they made a different version of it that was a square that was the start pause. And they actually added in the D-pad, which was like a chunkier D-pad, too. It's just one of the random
I'll bring this on stream for people.
That's a weird spot for the start button.
Yeah, that is bizarre. But I could see like how you would do that the first time you're making like not the early 3D gaming.
Let me find the Space World one.
Oh my gosh!
Because like that was a
golem
very
thing is like so
late...
slow and aimless. What the heck? Why is he just going all around and not attacking the thing? Do you have this golem card? What the heck is his purpose?
No, I didn't get him.
He's doing nothing.
Pause it and view your deck, and you can look up the card.
Sand golem. Decoy.
Oh.
That's not bad.
Huh.
I don't know, Sephi. I kind of like the green button.
The what?
The green kidney button.
Oh, I mean, originally they stuck with N64 controller colors. Which
I'm sure Tribe was a fan of.
I would be a fan of, yeah. But I mean, I got real used to the A and B.
Oh, that start button. Look at that.
Whoa.
Oh, that's the controller, though. That's the GameCube controller I wanted.
But see, that's the thing. So that was revealed with the whole GameCube in the fall of 2000, and less than, like, barely a year later is when the system launched. So then turning that B into a circle was, like, really, really late stage.
Yeah.
Oh.
Someone flipped
you
the
were
tea
so
table.
close. You were so close.
Flipped a tea table.
That used to be a meme about, like, Miyamoto flipping the tea table.
That's
He didn't
still
like
a
something in a
meme.
game.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, that was like that. They always said that like, oh, me and Bo flipped the tea table, and like, I feel like that's kind of become a term that's like entered the common parlance.
Hmm.
Well, I thought that was a like Japanese like thing, like flipping the tea table, and I thought it was just applied to Miyamoto. Like,
Mm.
Yeah,
Have
I
you
mean, it
been
was
captured?
a Japanese phrase, but I feel like it got like it became a more widely used term, outside Japan ever since that story came about.
Have you been capturing monsters? Try. I keep forgetting to.
Oh, I don't I don't remember that being introduced to me.
I kind of doesn't feel like they're going to unless it's much later. If you hold L and throw a card instead of using the, you hit a monster and it does 5 damage. And if that kills the monster, you capture.
So they have to be 5 or less damage.
Yeah. I think that's consistent. I don't know if that varies depending on the. Man, I love that Mandragora card.
Oh.
It's just a bomb you throw out and it blows up and kills everything around. Oh, you can hold down the button when you're throwing a card to make it go far.
Oh no.
You can kind of like steer the card around as you're throwing it.
Does that only apply to like summon creature cards?
Yeah.
Like the creatures that linger.
Yeah.
man, just looking at these controllers again, do you remember the hype though before the system came out? I remember it pretty clearly about the controller being like, oh, this is going to be like the greatest controller.
Yeah.
Like the feel was going to be great. It got me to the point that my first ever import from Japan was a GameCube controller prior to the console coming out.
Oh,
because
wow.
I wanted to feel how that controller was going to be. Like
I vaguely remember you posting on the message board about that. Like having your breakdown, like, guys, I got it. Ask me anything.
I still have it too, like, which is funny.
How did people import back in the early 2000s?
Oh, that's a good question. I want to say like Play Asia just launched.
Really?
And
they were around back then?
I think so. Let's see. Maybe not quite. It says they were launched in 2002, so I guess it was before that.
Is it eBay or?
No. I mean, I'm sure eBay would have had some stuff, but it was definitely an online retailer. There were a few like for the day somewhat reputable import retailers, but looking back on it, they did have like fairly sketchy websites and. Whether or not you were actually going to get your item, I think was
I mean, wait, level cleared, but I didn't kill the cockatrice or whatever it was. I want to go back in and see if I can beat the cockatrice because like there was.
You cannot go back in a level after you clear it.
Really?
That's the other reason why like failing it isn't bad, because it lets you like try to capture monsters and build up your deck. Because if you miss the monster, you can't go back for it until you beat the game, and then all the levels open up. Complete your collection.
Okay.
To answer a question in the chat, yes, eBay did exist back then. My eBay account, I think I created in 1998.
Yeah, I think mine is around that old too.
25 years old, that's crazy, isn't it? Lynn, do you remember what your first eBay purchase was?
I was just thinking about that, and I want to say, I don't know if it was the very first, but one of the first was Final Fantasy VI.
Oh, interesting. The Japanese version or the actual US like? Final
No, the
Fantasy
actual
III?
US version.
Okay.
What,
I
like,
didn't
wait,
get my
wait, what were you saying?
Japanese game until-
First eBay purchase?
What, try?
First eBay purchase?
Yes.
Mine, for
think
some reason, was Mega Man X5.
I don't think I bought my first Japanese copy of a game until much, much later, but I couldn't tell you what that was. Maybe one of the Lolo games.
But yeah, I've been trying for a long time, trying to remember the website that I ordered a whole bunch of, soundtracks from, and
Oh yeah.
and I can
There
never.
was a big website for that back in the day.
Yeah, I can visualize like what it looked like, and I just cannot remember the name. And I've tried to, and you know, I don't know if it was through them or if it was I think most of it was from someone that I bought a bunch of soundtracks from on eBay back in college. But like I didn't know that like bootleg soundtracks were like a thing to keep an eye out for, right? And I don't know if the bootleg soundtracks any of them came from that website back in the day. But I think most of them came from this eBay seller that like just had really good prices. So I'm like, I'm just going to buy for this guy.
Oh, I didn't see that guy. Ow.
There were so many like early internet had so many random stores that like today you would never consider buying from. But like yeah, like even in college for me, like 2003, 2004, I found a random Yahoo Japanese website that had like unofficial English translation too, where you could buy Famicom Disk System games. So I bought like one from this guy and it was sealed. So then I bought like a half dozen more, and they were all still sealed.
Damn.
Should have kept them sealed.
Are those the ones you ended up selling to me?
Yeah.
Yes.
Some, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't know if I took the stickers off the back, but like the stickers came off pretty easily. Like so, you know, you could presumably like. Well, actually, no. So I was thinking you could like open it up and maybe reseal it if you wanted to be sneaky, but I think they had like plastic film around them too. But crazy to think like just that recent as like 15 years ago, you can still buy those like for a fairly cheap price, all things considered, sealed.
Do you remember what your first eBay purchase was?
Yeah, it was an MP3 player, which was like 1998 was pretty early for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember what type it was. I know it was like a modular design, so they had like grand plans that you could buy a module for it and turn it into a cell phone. But I do remember it came with two 16 megabyte MMC cards, so it could hold a whopping 32 megs of MP3s.
Oh, you could hold like 15 songs on that.
That's
Probably
true.
more than that, right?
Depends on the quality.
Yeah.
I mean, even at a low bit rate, 15 would be pushing it, I think. I'm sure. I think I put like the Tom Green Loon song on one of them. You remember Tom Green?
No.
Oh,
Tom Green. A damn
comedy. He was on Comedy Central. Tom Green.
Oh, that guy. I didn't like that guy.
He's Canadian. He who was he married to? Oh, she has her own like talk show now. Tom Green show though. Drew Barrymore. That's it. That's it.
Remember, Drum, that you saw the how long to beat for this game, and it wasn't very long. My clock is at 1 hour, and it's 9 o'clock.
That is concerning.
Is it like? I wonder if it's like not counting menu time or like world map time.
I didn't read those colors, so I don't know these in.
Oh, I remember the level you're in. I've played that level before.
Do you remember the color order?
No. Okay,
Yeah,
so I guess I had played that far, but the level I just did I hadn't done.
Okay. Then green. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Was the color order communicated at some point?
Yeah. We were just talking and I wasn't sure I remembered it.
You know, it's pretty wild to look up King's Field and Shadow Tower for the PS1. Like, From Software's art style has not changed in 30 years. Like,
I mean, it has
the new stuff is just
a bit,
but it's so similar. It's crazy. Like, I mean, yeah, it's changed for sure, but like it's just wild to see. Like, it just looks so similar.
Wait, what does?
The art style from the first From Software games, like it's just funny.
Like just like a lot of dark fantasy even back then.
Yeah, a lot of dark fantasy, like
even Dark Souls.
Say one more time.
Sorry, I said this looks quite a bit more cartoony than Dark Souls, I think.
Sure, but it's also like for the time though, this would have been considered a fairly realistic art style though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of see what you mean. Like the cards on the right kind of remind me of, the UI of Dark Souls where you got the four things for the directional buttons.
I really like the birds that go in like a straight line.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that Mandragora is great.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see you said that, Smithy.
First Great King. Griffith the Golden.
No, you don't need to remember that. It's not important.
Do you all remember, speaking of first, do you all remember your first game that you imported?
New or used? I think it was a Lolo or an Eggerland, but I couldn't tell you specifically.
The first that I ever received, a friend of mine studied a summer in Japan. He later stayed a year in Japan, but like after his first study in Japan, he brought back a boxed copy of Chrono Trigger and a boxed copy of Final Fantasy V, and
nice.
let me pick. Like, you know, he wanted to keep one, and I could keep one.
Oh wow.
And I picked Final Fantasy V.
Oh.
Just because, like, I mean, I had Super Nintendo Chrono Trigger, so that felt like kind of the more unique thing to have. I didn't.
Yeah, it's true. It hadn't come out in America at that point.
Yeah, I hadn't torn the tabs out of my Super Nintendo yet, so I didn't play it for a long time. Like, so the first games that like I actually imported and like with the intent to play, I would say these are probably the first. Was, if you remember when, I mean, it's just so fun to think back to the, you know, the effort that was expended to do this. Because, like, you know, now we just like import stuff all the time, but like it seemed like a big deal at the time. Remember when Ai-Kun studied in Japan and like offered to like pick up some stuff for backloggers?
Yeah, I remember that.
And she got the Super Famicom Goemon 2, 3, and 4 for me. Those were like the first games that I imported, like with the intent, like, I'm gonna play these.
Welcome back, friend.
Anything.
You know, I mean, that was really cool of her to offer to do that for people at the time. But like thinking about it now, it's like, you know, like she had to go through like a lot of effort, like to find those games locally and everything, and like actually like finding those games on eBay might have not been that tough, you know. So like looking back on it, like I feel a little bad about the effort that was expended to like get that and the other people whose stuff that you know, who she got stuff for, because like now like you can just buy those so easy.
I mean, maybe it wasn't so easy back then to buy that stuff on eBay.
Maybe not. I mean, I do remember looking on eBay at the time and looking them up and like thinking like, oh, well, she can probably get better prices. And I don't really remember what the prices ended up being. So that might have been a factor in it.
That's a person I haven't thought of for a long time, but like now remembering her, I can like imagine her just lugging a suitcase full of games like through an airport, you know? Who wants games? I'm gonna get them.
You know, she was in Japan like during that big crazy earthquake too.
Oh, was she?
That was back when it was. I was like, was that like 2010 or 2011 or something?
2011, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because that was also when we were still playing Final Fantasy 11, and we couldn't really coordinate with her anymore because she was on the opposite end of the globe.
Was she playing it when she was? I feel like it was maybe later that we played with her.
I think she was playing while she was in Japan. I think
she was always playing it, and I think she's still playing it.
Well, I think when we did our initial playing, I think she was like kind of on hiatus for a while.
Yeah.
But then like she and her dad like came back to it like after we had already done a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, I remember it specifically coming up that she would like it would be hard for her to play with us because she was in Japan and the time zones didn't line up well.
Wow, I didn't know that she was so. If she was in Japan around the time of the quake, because she worked for Xseed, right?
She did for a couple of years, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I thought that's who it was because I remember like prior to moving to LA. I knew I was moving, and I think she was living down wherever Xseed is, like on the coast. I mean, it's basically LA County. But I was asking him, like, do you have any advice, like, about moving? She's like, yeah, don't move to LA. It's awful. It's like, it's terrible.
She's no longer in LA. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think she moved like around, like pretty much around the time I moved here. I think she left.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know the full story, but I feel like LA was the main reason for getting out of there more so than anything like Xseed. But
Yeah.
I don't know, man.
I think
remember,
Xseed was probably pretty stressful, though. I'm sure it was.
I thought it was a really stressful job.
But I know she hated LA. Which, you know, I mean, no
it's not
offense
for
to
everyone.
Xavier, but I couldn't live there.
You know,
I'm not a city guy, though,
yeah.
you know, so
I mean, honestly, if
cities
you're
in
not a
general are
city
just too
person,
stressful
like,
for me.
like if you're not a city person though, like LA's almost the perfect city because it's not really like a city.
It
It's
is.
like a
It is
bunch
very
of
different. I will say
towns.
that it's like because it's more like spread out than like vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard it's very suburban.
Huh.
It's just like I mean, it's crazy. Like when you move here and you've been here for a while, the joke is that you really don't leave your neighborhood, and to go like just a couple miles down the street is basically like going to another state. But these days, like I use my car maybe every 2 or 3 weeks, and I put like maybe 1,000 miles on it a year. Last time I filled up my car was April, full of gas.
Wow.
So yeah, like insane. Zane, I see you commented about Mortal Kombat coming to the Mister, and that is correct. A-Track is working on it, which is great. Simpsons is going to be there.
Original
this
arcade
Friday.
game?
Yeah.
Mm.
That name is familiar, but I forget what that is. The Metal Combat.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat. I think it's the Metal Combat.
No. MK1.
Metal Combat's the Super Scope game.
Oh god. Yeah.
I mean, it's the best Super Scope game.
I've never played it.
A lot of big Mr. stuff going on these days. They got Mortal Kombat coming. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was just released recently. Simpsons is coming. I think X-Men has been hinted at coming too. And then N64 core is almost got playable games.
Yeah,
so.
you really surprised me the other day with that. I didn't know it was coming so soon.
I mean, yeah. Go on.
I have nothing against the Mister. I'm glad people enjoy it. It seems like a really cool thing. It's just like it amuses me hearing people, oh, we're gonna be able to play this game soon. It's like, dude, we've been able to emulate that game for 20 years.
Well, don't be that guy, Drum. That guy is all over the comments of every video, like, I just don't understand.
Like, it is like, as a guy who emulates, it's like watching one of those Twitter accounts that's like, we're gonna real-time tweet the events of World War II.
You know what you need to do, man, is you need to buy like a Raspberry Pi and turn it into an emulator box, and then just have that and be like, what? This is good enough. Like, it plays everything. It's cheap.
Why would I do that, though? I already have a computer that can emulate things way better than a Raspberry Pi.
Well, like, the interesting thing, and I know you know all of it, but like the interesting thing I find from like following guys and you know, people that are just like making cores for the Mister is that as they're doing it and as they're like going through and getting the schematics of the old arcade board and like doing the traces for all this, like time and time again, in the process of building a core for the Mister, they actually discover like flaws in MAME and flaws in the emulated versions and timing issues in the emulated versions that, you know, then like actually do benefit the software emulation does benefit the software emulation scene, so it like, kind of reflects back.
The
like it's
the
yeah,
more people that put their eyes on this stuff, the better. Ultimately,
yeah, fantastic from a preservation standpoint. It just amuses me sometimes.
Oh yeah. I just love how like, and I mean you can do the same with the computer, I suppose, but I just love how like console like it feels. It's like boom, turn it on, boom, load this up, controller works great. Like I spent so much time.
Drum is not familiar with the interface, but I find it to be very easy to use.
I find. Like, I'm sure you get used to it. It's easy to get used to. Maybe
I hate RetroArch interface. Garbage.
I was just gonna say, I got used to RetroArch. It's a pain in the butt, I'm sure. But like, when we're playing games on the Mr. Tries, it's always like, oh, hang on, gotta set up the controller.
Well, that happens every time I go to your house too.
True.
Yeah. But the only thing is because I haven't loaded that core before, or I haven't used that controller with that core before.
I mean, that's the same thing with RetroArch. I've never used two controllers hardly ever.
Yeah, but there's so many more things that you do in RetroArch than Mister. There's only a handful of settings that you really need to do in Mister. It's comparatively very easy.
Well, so like even beyond RetroArch, I've found like the Windows Bluetooth stack. Now, granted, I'm still on Windows 10. I haven't switched to 11 yet, but like it still is so like troublesome. Like it sometimes is impossible to remove a device and repair a device. So it's more of a complaint, I think, for like having to do Windows and then learn a system. Like RetroArch. So like I went and got some Nintendo Switch Online N64 controllers, and you have to use a special application if you want the driver to be correct to get like Rumble working properly.
Yep.
If you want it to be configured correctly for, if you run like the little test ROM to like see how the joystick works. If you want all of that to be correct. So like you have to do that, and then you have to go through RetroArch to do the mapping from whichever core you're using to controller stuff. And I mean, I'm sure once you get it, it's probably real fast and simple, but I've spent hours and I feel like every time I boot it up, I'm like, oh yeah, I got to relearn this. Like, what am I doing?
I just don't use Bluetooth controllers. That was my solution.
Yeah.
It's probably smart.
Yeah, like there's some program I had to download to get the Super Nintendo Switch controller working on my PC, and I have to remember to load that every time I want to use the controller. But other than that, once I figured that out, it was fine. Like, I just boot it up and then open RetroArch and it's fine. But I definitely get the frustration with trying to get it set up that first time.
Man, I gotta say,
even that software application, so the one I used for the N64 was called Better Joy.
Yeah, that's the one I used for the Super Nintendo one.
Okay, yeah, so Better Joy is great, don't get me wrong, but to use the N64 controller, at least as recently as several months ago, you still needed to download a deviant version that somebody patched. They patched a random version of Better Joy to use the N64 controller, and then it never got folded into the rest of the GitHub for Better Joy. So I still had to remember to track down that deviant version, because otherwise I'm like, why the hell is this not working? Is it
because the N64 one was relatively new, or is it just because nobody bought it?
I think the N64 one at the time was relatively new, and then I don't think Better Joy got too many updates past that, so maybe that's... I mean, it could have changed by now, but it was a problem for a while, I remember.
I guess the better question is, why would you want to have an N64 controller?
ROM! You had such a bad take there. You got me killed.
I mean, I do get how it's kind of funny, like, for people that are, like, really invested into Mister to watch, like, the slow rollout. But then, like, then the price, which I think is, like, it's kind of like the little, like, insidious thing, right? Because even if you get into Mister, it's like, I can just buy this. Just buy this one, and then just buy this, and then buy this. And, like, before you know it, you've spent, like, $1,000 on, like... And if you have a Mister, you got to have a retro tank. You got to have the 4K one. You got to have the CRT look. Like,
Yeah, you want to talk about complicated layers on layers.
yeah.
I likes to keep things very simple.
Very,
Come on.
very simple, yes.
Oh, now here's something I haven't seen before.
Exactly.
It seems like an
Would you
important
rather
room.
have a bionic arm that can interface directly with technology, giving you unparalleled hacking and information gathering abilities? Or a bionic arm that can channel and manipulate energy, allowing you to shoot powerful blasts of electricity or fire?
I mean, I can't say I need to shoot powerful blasts of electricity or fire in my everyday life.
Yeah.
I mean, but once you could, a supervillain would appear to challenge you.
Yeah,
I don't want a
really want
supervillain to challenge me. I don't want to be recruited by the military.
No, I don't either.
So I'd rather have my bionic arm that can interface directly with technology, giving me unparalleled hacking and information gathering abilities.
Oh, yeah.
I take
Alright,
the
well,
elemental one.
What
Electricity.
would you
fire,
use
that's
your
awesome.
elemental arm for?
You know, probably, I don't know, warming food up, you know? Fire.
You know, when the apocalypse comes, it's going to come in handy.
It would. It really would. I mean, you're not wrong.
I mean, also, couldn't we all use a little digital detox these days? Do we really need another thing to interface with technology? Like, we got our PCs, we got our phones. Like, do I really need my arm to interface with it, you know?
I guess that's fair.
You know, I just realized the fairies we collect in this game really remind me of the ones in...
Why, you cut out what?
The fairies in this game really remind me of the ones that... which are very weird-looking fairies.
You keep cutting out when you're trying to talk about your fairies.
And those jewels look like rupees, too, don't they?
Kind of.
Oh, are you talking about the Majora's Mask fairy collecting?
Yeah.
Ah, okay.
The design of the fairy is the same in this game. Did that come through? Hello?
Hello?
What?
Yeah, it did. I heard you.
Hello?
If you try to sell a card, do you know if ones that are in your deck won't appear here? Oh, I guess...
I do not.
Yeah, it seems like they do.
I feel like I ask this every time I come on one of these, or maybe like once a year. Have you all done like any sort of like, stream event or something?
It's been a long
Lately?
time.
I'm just
Yeah,
curious.
not lately. Well, unless you count the game show last year.
Oh, yeah.
But like, one of those. I mean, what were they even for? Were some I think were for charity, but others I thought
some
were
were,
like,
we for a while there we
like
alternated
fundraising.
like site fundraiser and marathon every other year.
Charity
Charity
marathon.
marathon.
Yeah.
Well, did I say something else?
Just
or-
said marathon.
You just said marathon.
Are you sure? Did I say just marathon or charity? Maybe I cut out for you?
I'm pretty sure.
I didn't hear a cut.
Pause. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we should do one of those, some in-person thing. You know?
I feel like you do say that about once a year.
I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens.
Oh, that's nonsense, Lynn. We don't hear from Xavier once a year.
Oh, that's true.
I bet you hear from me once a year. I doubt I've gone a whole year.
I'm sure.
Surely not.
I'm sure.
Although every time I do come on, somebody in the chat's always like, "Who's this? Who's this guy?"
Weirdo.
I don't know where to go.
Wow,
So-
only 85 days till Halloween.
Yeah. Better start getting those decorations out.
No.
Do you know what you're gonna dress
Wait.
as? Do you dress as anything for Halloween?
Hardly ever.
Ah,
You
What does
laugh anymore.
what does this mean on the Sea Monk description where it says cannot be used under the 2-player fair play rule? Does this have some sort of 2-player mode?
Yeah, there's a dual mode.
Oh.
You can take your memory card to your friend's house and play each other.
Oh, well, we can't do that because one of my friends is playing the game illegally.
better call the FBI.
If you have 2 memory cards and 2 controllers, you can set up a battle and duplicate cards because you bet cards when you verse each other, and the winner keeps cards.
Wow.
So you can just duplicate cards that way.
Duplicate them. Isn't one going to the other person? Like this, you're not keeping the card that you lose,
Like
right?
copy your save file to another card, and then you bet you have the duplicated player bet the card you want duplicated.
That also sounds highly illegal.
Cool. You can literally do it with the hardware.
Call the video game cops.
Yeah.
Ow.
I was just thinking about the thinking about the early in-person stuff we did. You remember picking me up from the train station?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I remember sitting in the back seat of the car, and you were in the front seat, and you were like, "God, this is really weird. I can't like look at you guys right now."
I remember you said it's like the cartoons come to life.
yeah, like when you meet the person with like a cartoon like character, you know, like the voice behind a cartoon character. Like, wow, this is weird.
Yeah.
Can't believe I took the train down too. So strange.
Where was that from? DC?
No, I was like in Virginia at the time. About like an hour and a half down 95 from DC. It's a town called Fredericksburg.
Oh yeah. You remember? I remember you brought your Xbox 360.
Did I? God.
Yeah,
Wow.
and
I barely own that thing too. Like that was a sliver of time.
And you
Did you like show us like perfect dark remaster and stuff like that?
Oh yeah. I think you had either a demo. You might have a demo for that, and like a demo for.
Was it Alan Wake? Because like that was one of the big games.
I don't know if you had that.
just remember Perfect Dark.
I think you wanted to show us Alan Wake, and no one.
Sounds about right.
And
yet,
I remember we looked at the Castlevania game. You know, the
that multiplayer one?
multiplayer Harmony of Despair, because that wasn't on PlayStation yet. And I think we might have also looked at the Arcade Contra port on there, which was terrible. I mean, that's a terrible game. I can't fault the port.
Was that the trip when we all took our picture
How
together?
would we know?
Was that the trip where we all took our picture together and then somebody photoshopped Try's face on all of our
No,
bodies?
we
No,
did.
that was later.
That was every trip.
I mean,
No.
we did take a picture.
God, somebody bring that up that they have it.
Shared it though.
There is a picture, and because I saw it not long ago. But yeah, it was not, that one wasn't shared, at least not at that time. But no, that was at Lynn's house.
Yeah. Like the Crystal Chronicles marathon.
Yeah,
right?
yeah. The time
that was mostly the Zelda, the Four Swords as well, right?
The time that you came to my apartment, which I think you only came. Did you only come to my apartment one time, maybe?
I think that's maybe right.
Oh, you and Drum came twice, but Xavier and I think only came one time when I was still in my apartment.
Yeah. That's what I'm thinking, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to remember. Definitely been to Try's house, obviously, because you've been there for a long time.
Yeah. I mean, that was when you high-fived Bob Ross.
Yeah.
I mean, can I ever top that? Like,
No.
I should've just gone
No.
radio silent after that, you know? Does Twitch have, like, any of the old streams still, like, I mean, like, really, really old streams from, like, Justin TV days?
We downloaded a
Archived.
bunch at some point, but
I think I still have some highlights, but not the
yeah,
streams.
some didn't back up for some reason. Like I think most of the Majora's Mask stuff is gone, which is a real shame.
That's a bummer.
Oh, wow, yeah. I was wondering because I was curious if we could find the birth of the Everyman, and I'm pretty sure that was when Drum beat the rock giant or whatever the monster is in Mega Man 1.
No, I think it was Dr. Wily in Mega Man 7, I think.
Oh.
I don't know
you're
if
right.
Fabian is aware, but the Bob Ross High Five is one of our checkpoint alerts that people are trying to get to come up now.
Are you serious?
Yeah. We keep getting the Resident Evil one.
Well, I got some points to spare. Let me do it too.
Oh, there it is!
Checkpoint!
I'm a little bit.
Checkpoint!
Is that the only time we ever played that game?
I think so.
Probably. The funny thing about that is that, like, I'm pretty sure Drum and I were in, like, this race to the end, and then somehow I, like, you know, got some unfair thing happened and I won, and I was, like, pumped, and Drum's like, I can't believe it. And, like, Try, I think, was, like, the only one who really noticed Bob Ross, like, any of that going on. Because we had to, like, watch the replay. Like, what?
I was like, oh, look, it's Bob Ross. And then Xavier just runs up to it and goes, bam! Like, man, we were, like, so delirious. It was just like, that. I mean, you would almost start to doubt your memory of that if not we had video evidence.
Oh, it's just that and Millie are the only two things I remember.
Millie.
Was I asleep or not there? Or
You must have been asleep. I
think you were asleep.
Maybe you like went home at a reasonable.
like a lame.
Or I don't. Didn't you like stay at my house though? Like I think it was after you lived in the area, but I think you just like went upstairs and took a nap or something.
I know I did that for Secret of Mana. I don't know if I did that or whatever marathon this was. Was that the beat-a-thon or something? Or yeah,
I don't.
Because you guys like went and grinded some magic levels in Secret of Mana, and that's when I.
Oh yeah. That was when Joe was going on Death Party. But you know,
like kingdom for a map in this level. I cannot figure out where.
If you recall, Drum really wanted me to name Sandy Millie.
Yes, I recall.
I still do.
Oh god, I remember after that stream getting so little sleep and then having to drive back to DC, which I just had to look up on Google Maps. Like in good traffic, it takes 6.5 hours.
Yep.
And I just remember being like an hour outside of DC, and I like pulled over to get some coffee because like I was losing it. I was so tired. And I just remember being in my car and just like yelled to myself like, I'm effing tired. like barely could stay awake to get home. It was so bad. Hey, let me ask Lynn and Drum a question for both of you. Do you have any advice for introducing a second cat into your house? Because I'm planning on getting a second cat in weeks.
So do you know all the usual things about like slowly introducing them?
Yeah, like basically like keeping them apart. I've heard like 2 weeks, maybe even more. But
it can go for a while. Like, you know, keep them separated. We started like feeding them on opposite sides of the eating.
Yeah, I don't know how easy that is to do when they're viewed.
Yeah.
Like, how would you do that?
And you could put a bowl down and then like go into the other room. You know, they recommend like switching bedding or like, you know, just things that have their scent on them so each other. We would maybe not recommend switching bedding. So we've had that go bad where they just we're sleeping on this bed again.
Yeah.
We had good luck with like getting like a hand towel or something and like rubbing like this, you know, where their scent glands are in their cheeks, like rubbing that a lot, and then like taking that to the other cat and having them smell it and rub it on them to get like a shared family scent going.
Okay.
So do you have this cat already, or are you one, or?
Nah, I it's more of an idea at this point. My cat is 7.5 years old, and I think she would benefit from like a little friend cat. But you know, again, it's like in my head, I have like the ideal cat, which would be like a younger cat, a more like kind of like submissive cat, but that's like pretty playful still too. You know.
I think I hear, and we've never done this ourselves, but I hear that introducing a kitten to an adult cat is easier than introducing to adult cats.
Huh.
I see.
I mean, I've heard kittens are unpleasant compared to puppies.
I mean, they have to get really rowdy, but like also, I don't know, maybe adult cats see kittens as less of a threat than older cats.
I was thinking like a pretty young cat, maybe not like kitten. I mean, I don't think I would go younger than 6 months because I mean, my cat was like 4 to 6 months old when I adopted her, and like just having to worry about everything. Like my cat wasn't spayed when I got her,
Oh,
and
gee.
well, like
Ooh, that
she
was
I don't know.
close.
The shelter had some excuse of like, oh, she has a cough and like her stool isn't hard, and it's like, yeah, she's living in a cage. So, well, as an excuse for them like to not spay her prior to giving her
Wow.
over.
Did
So
they at least give you like a credit to spay her or something?
they did. They gave a voucher, but the only place I could take her like did a really poor job, and then she got infected, so I had to go to another place. Oh yeah, it was a whole bad scene. The worst for me, anyway, the worst part of it was that she actually went into heat the first time, like less than like 3 days away of having her appointment to be spayed.
Oh no.
And if you've never had like a female cat in heat in your apartment, I don't recommend it.
I hear they're very vocal.
Super vocal. I don't think I slept like more than like an hour each night. She's just like crawling on her back and like screaming. Like, oh, so bad.
You know, I am dubious of whether there is actually any benefit to this, but it was recommended to me to spay after first heat rather than before. I mean, I am dubious, but I did that, and and so like during that, you can buy like doggy diapers at at the pet store, and like I was like, there is no way Sandy is going to tolerate this, and she didn't care. It was fine.
Oh wow.
Like I thought she was going to like work at it, and she was just like whatever. So she wore diapers for a week or two.
Wow.
See, it's crazy to me. I have never met any of your pets.
Oh wow, that is really wild to me.
Really?
That's strange.
How long have you had Sandy? Like 4 years, right?
She'll be 6 in October.
Oh, so 6 years?
Yeah.
5 years, I guess.
That seems weird to me to think Xavier's never met Sandy.
Has Xavier really not been here since you got Sandy? That's crazy.
I mean, I haven't, like, the last thing I did in person was either that stream with Bob Ross and the high-fiving, or maybe, like, a MagFest around there, but that hasn't, there's been nothing since I moved out here.
I feel like we haven't...
8 years.
Have we even been to MagFest since the Bob Ross incident?
I don't think...
Incidents.
It's like a bad thing.
I thought a lot of you all did MagFest like my first year out here, like maybe 2015 into 2016. And if not all of, the three of you, maybe like a large contingent of backloggers still, but that was like the last one. Because I was going to go back then the next year. I'm like, oh, I'll plan to do this. And then it just like became a total shit show. Like way too many people. There hasn't been like an event to replace MagFest, has there?
No.
Not for Backloggery. I mean, but me and Corey go to a whole bunch of different conventions. I mean, we usually go to one or two a year that we're invited to. Oh, Gert is finally telling me how to throw cards. I always forget that's a thing you can do.
There doesn't seem to be any point to doing that on a boss. FYI.
Do you actually? But you consume a card to do it, right?
Right.
But it doesn't get rid of that card permanently.
Just for the level.
Okay. So, but it doesn't matter what card you use; it's the same effect, right?
Right. The other thing, like cards get experience for like defeating enemies. So if you have a card that's like a healing card or something, level capturing with it is the other way to get it. Wait, I'm not done. There's more. Huh. I'm all out of cards.
How many people in the chat like right now? I'm trying to think like who's been around since the beginning or for a long time.
Like who
right?
who here barely knows who the heck Xavier is?
Speak up. I'm not
There's got to be like all the MLIG people, right?
Yeah.
Marquis says Xavier. Did you meet Xavier Marquis? That was Xavier there the year that you went to MagFest?
I don't think, and I'm going to feel really bad if they say yes. But I have like a strangely like good memory of the people that I met. It's strange for me because like I don't remember anybody's name or face. I'm like just in the clouds all day. Kasumi, I've met several times. Trying to think if anybody else in the chat. Yeah, Kasumi, I think, might have been like maybe the first backlogger I met at like one of the MagFests, just like one of the ones I showed up and
I mean,
she was there. Was like
she was the one that kind of like started the MagFest thing in a way because like she kind of got Lynn into going to MagFest and then Lynn got us into going to MagFest.
Was it Kasumi that got me into MagFest? I kind of thought it was Reckoner and maybe Ash.
Oh, I didn't. I mean, you would probably remember better than I do. That was just, I thought it was, from my perspective, I thought it looked like Kasumi. To be honest, I have to confess, I don't remember who Reckoner is.
Yeah, Reckoner hasn't been around for a long time.
I don't think I realized Ash was going to MagFest before we were, though.
Oh God, I did.
Yeah.
Ash, I thought was one of the like first.
Yeah. She was, but I guess I didn't realize that she was going to MagFest like the years before we all, like a bunch of people started going. But I think she lived around there at the time, so that makes sense.
Yeah, she was like did like staff work, and I.
You're right. I remember that now.
And I ended up staying in her room because I was also doing staff work, and they like didn't. That was the only room that they had available for, or something.
Oh crap! I forgot to add cards to my Well, I mean, I guess I've got a full deck, but I wanna.
Oh, try. Do you know you can move the now loading?
Oh, I did not. That's very GameCube.
Yeah.
I think the only other person in the chat that I've met is Korvac, and obviously Korvac's been at a lot of MagFests. I think since the first one I started going to. I remember it might have been the first one I went to, but maybe like the second night, because I think I literally popped in for maybe a couple hours and then left. And then I think I came back the next night and stayed overnight maybe. But I remember Drum, pretty sure it was Drum, meeting Drum. Oh, look at the cat. And Drum like meeting me in the lobby and then taking me like up to like wherever the room was, and we went up the steps like instead of the elevator, and then we popped out and there were like dozens of backloggers in the hallway. It was pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, that story sounds familiar.
Yeah, I did attend when it was still in Alexandria. I forget how many years that was before it moved to.
Oh, I
wherever.
forgot about that it was in a different place when you started.
Where was it in Alexandria?
That was like early MagFest.
Oh, huh.
Didn't I share a hotel room with you one year, Kasumi, or maybe multiple years? Probably at least 1 year. Yeah, the Gaylord Hotel was really great. With you can just walk downstairs and there's the con.
Man, could you imagine like meeting up with all those backloggers again, and we'll all be like, "Wow, we're old now."
Hey, speak for yourself, man. Some of us are still young.
Yeah.
All of us.
Yeah, when are you three going to start hitting 40 here?
I mean, my 39th birthday is in a few weeks.
Yeah, mine's in a few months.
Getting close.
Getting close. Next year.
I'm still 38, so.
Yeah, youngin'.
What is that?
It's in February though, so it won't be.
Yeah.
It won't be that long after.
It's still funny how all 4 of our birthdays are like consecutively 2 months apart. Like Tries is in August, and then Drums on October, and I'm December, and Xavier is February.
Good time of the year.
Oh,
Apparently.
Seffi turned 40 in April.
Wow.
Oh, congrats.
I was surprised when
Welcome,
Seffi said that she hadn't been around since the beginning, but had been around since 2010, and that sounds too recent for Seffi to have appeared.
Yeah.
I feel like if you had asked me, I would have guessed Seffi was like a 2008er or 2009er at the latest.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's been a retired badge maybe, but was Member of the Week, was that ever still like kept around
Oh gosh!
as a badge?
By
No,
the time we did Magfest,
Okay.
I'm sure Member of the Week was gone.
No, but I mean, like, was it ever kept as a badge, like in the current?
Oh,
Oh, it wasn't ever a badge, was it?
Yeah, wasn't it? There was some designation for it.
I don't think the official badge system probably didn't exist yet, though.
No, not at the time, but I thought Drum had made it into, like, made it one briefly.
I think it was one briefly, and then at some point it was phased out.
Yeah, I don't remember what it looked like, but that does sound familiar.
I mean, it was fun to do early on, but then, like, having to do it each week, it was like, oh, can you find somebody that has a good, like, has a good theme?
Has a nice looking page and doesn't seem like an asshole.
yeah, exactly. I had to pull up my little archive of stuff Backloggery related, and
Oh, you have that too?
oh no! I mean, I just have some random things, banners and stuff like that, and of course, my favorite one. I was living on the second story of a creaky old house.
That's not
I
backlog.
rented during my. What's that?
I don't know. Save it for October.
Yeah. I also do have. Where is it here? Once upon a time, there was a man named Triforce. Anyone? Triforce enjoyed nothing in life as much as putting on his pants in the morning.
I forgot about this.
The Emperor's pants. Well, normally virtuous man, Triforce allowed himself serious vanity-driven excess concerning pants. He had a fantastic amount, an entire bureau of pants specifically chosen to match his shirts for everyday wear. This is long.
Yeah, about that. I wear cargo shorts almost every day.
Was a Lindis original, correct?
Oh, there's a treasure chest under there I did not see.
Lynn, that was an original, right? Yours?
The Legend of the Pants.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was just thinking about that.
Oh.
The save date I have on that is from 2009, July, and the Drum Halloween story I saved October 31st, 2008. So.
See if anyone's paying attention this time.
Yeah. I don't know.
No.
Xavier was paying attention last time.
Oh.
Wait, what? Am I not paying attention to something?
It's fine.
Oh, I see.
I'm playing video games. It's distracting.
Which cat is that?
That's our new cat.
Oh, you have a new cat. I was not aware.
Wait, you are keeping the cat you were fostering?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's known as the foster fail.
Oh. So you are actually keeping a third cat for real?
Yeah. We are actually keeping the third cat for real.
Wow. I love it.
What led to that?
Beware, I hunger.
Lynn can tell it. I'm trying to figure out this level.
Do I start from the very beginning?
Might as well.
Might as well. I mean, I know very little about this story, so.
So this was back in late April.
Oh, that's a long time ago.
Yeah. I thought I saw a dark tail, but it wasn't Filipino. we were trying to see how many of you were paying attention. Clearly,
it's Drum's tail. Drum has a tail now.
Yeah.
So I'm on our neighborhood's Facebook page, and somebody else in the neighborhood posted like, "Hey, there's a cat out in the rain in the dark and meowing a lot. Does he belong to anybody? He seems like he's lost." And like I saw it a couple hours later, and I was like, we could pick him up and get him take him to get scanned for a microchip if he's still out there. And I went out there, but by then it was like midnight and he was gone. And a different neighbor said, well, he sometimes likes to hang out in my backyard and snooze in the sun, so you could come. I could let you know next time I see him. So I was like, sure. And then, sure enough, he shows up, and Drum and I go over into her backyard and offer him some food, and he's like super hungry.
And super friendly.
Super friendly, like just rubbing on us and meowing, and we get him really easily into. It's like we just put some food in there and he walks right in. So very tame, clearly belonged to somebody. So long story short, he had no microchip. We, advertised, hey, found cats. Does it belong to anybody? Forward. So we were trying to find a rescue to take him, but everybody was full. Apparently, it's a really bad time right now for cats because all the shelters are packed. I don't know if they had a really bad kitten season or what. I finally find this one lady, and she said, well, contact us after a few days after he gets his neuter surgery. I guess they only take them when they have their full set of shots, and they're fixed and all that. So, we get him a neuter appointment, but the Humane Society is really backed up. So the appointment is like a month out, and we're like, well, what are we gonna do with this cat in the meantime? So and Maddie hated his guts. We were keeping him in a separate room, but I forget if she ever actually saw him at some point and was freaking out.
I mean, she has been, like, if there's ever a cat outside a window bit.
No, you broke up.
Yeah, you're cutting out real bad.
Why is it when I talk?
Because you're bad. No,
I mean, it's cutting out a little for Lynn,
my
too.
Discord has said that you have, like, an unstable connection. I don't know why.
I think it's because of Xavier.
Stealing all your bandwidths.
So yeah, we were keeping him in this room the room I use as my office, which is kind of a pain in the butt because I work in there. And anyway, fast forward to his neuter appointment. We contact the rescue lady. She's like, "Oh yeah, we could probably take him like next week." And Drum and I are both like, "Whoa, that's like really soon," and we weren't expecting that. And by this point he had been with us like a month or a month and a half, and we were starting to get, he's so sweet and friendly, and he has a really funny meow, and we were starting to get really attached to him.
Funny meow.
Yeah.
If there is any hint that food might be a possibility, he'll like look up at you, big.
Yeah, his mouth like big open wide. It's really, really funny. It could just do it again and again. So yeah, friendly, cute. And we were like, but we should, Maddie doesn't. We tried to do the slow introduction thing with the door just so he wasn't shut up in my office forever, but that was going poorly with Maddie. And we were like, well, between that and, extra financial responsibility of a third cat, it's probably the best thing to do for him is to let him find a home where there's not going to be a snarling cat trying to eat him at every opportunity. So I ended up, taking him to the rescue and, dropping it off. And, we were very sad that day, but you were like, it's probably for the best. And we tried to forget about him. I checked up on him, like I would text the lady every few days, not every few days, like once a week to see if anyone had adopted him. And after about 2.5 weeks of this, we were both like, we really miss Sam. Maybe we should reconsider. He hasn't found a home yet, and he's really cute, and we really love him, and he liked us. So we broke down, and I went back and got him and brought him.
Did you have to pay some kind of fee for taking the cat that you brought back?
Normally there is an adoption fee, but they were like, well, we know you guys paid for all his vet bills and stuff, so we're gonna go ahead and waive the adoption. And, they were very happy, because they were like, that's kind of the best outcome is for the person who rescued them to keep them, and and yeah, so they were really nice about it, thankfully.
Oh, his name's Sam?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, did I drop that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Were you
Sam.
holding
Sam.
back for a big reveal? And his name is
I don't think it was
Sam.
on purpose. It just we were being secretive, I guess.
The name worked out nicely because we weren't agonizing over what to call him.
You're just like, yeah, whatever, Sam.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah.
He looks like a Sam to us. Let's just call him Sam.
Yeah. No, we're not. We thought about Sammy, but we're like, no, he's not a Sammy. He's a Sam. So we're breaking our naming tradition.
And so there's Maddie, who is cat number
2.
3 for all
Well,
of you.
3, yeah.
And then you also still have
Bernie.
Bernie. Okay.
Yeah.
Do you
Cat
know
number
how
1 was
old
Teddy.
Sam is?
The vet said he was about a year old.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so he's pretty young.
How old is Bernie now?
He's 11.
He's a grandpa.
Really?
Yeah.
I can't believe
Yeah.
he's that old.
Yeah, he's pretty old.
Our toothless grandpa.
No. Every time I take my cat Suvi in for teeth cleaning, it's always like, is this going to be with the one where they start pulling the teeth? Not quite yet.
Yeah, Maddie went in for her annual a couple months ago, and the vet was like, her teeth aren't looking great. You might want to start her on have her eat a few pieces of dental kibble every day to keep them clean. And we're like, yeah, okay, because we don't want to mess with dental stuff if we can possibly help it.
I used to clean Suvi's teeth like with the toothbrush and the stuff, but oh god, like as the older she's gotten, so I adopted her when she was young, and like for years I would be able to do that. I would be able to like cut her nails without incident, but I can't do either of those. Like I tried to cut her nails in the past year, and she looked like she wanted to kill me. Like just staring with the most angry, like black cat stare, just like pissed.
What changed? Did you just like not do it for a while or something?
I think like over the years I did it less frequently, and then she would struggle a little bit, so like it went from doing them all at once to like maybe doing the front 2 during one setting, and then it just became too infrequent, and she pushed back too much. Like I'd have to like basically like pin her down towards the end of it just to like get her to not like scratch me. I mean, like she doesn't slash at me or anything, but just like the struggle. But I've also noticed, like, as she's gotten older, like, with my friends, too, like, she's always been this shy, kind of timid cat, wanting to hide, but then would, like, come out a little bit. But, like, in more recent years, she'll, like, do that little, like, timid cat thing, but, like, then if a friend goes to pet her, even if she knows the person, she'll, like, hiss back or, like, try to swipe at them. Yeah, she's become a little jerk face.
And what it's an only cat thing, because Drum's parents' cats always got really mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, that makes the most sense to me.
Yeah,
I mean, I do think, like, she does have that kind of, like, not to, like, put gender constraints on her, but she does have that, like, motherly sort of thing with like certain toys, and if I play like kitten sounds, she's always like very like curious, and then like if I turn the like sound off, she'll like kind of cry. So like I do think like a young cat would be good for her. Also, like, just if I go out of town and just her being like a shy cat, like when friends check in on her, she only really like comes out after like a week, and even then it's just like, I think out of like desperation, she's just so lonely. So like I think having another companion cat here would be good for her.
Yeah, sounds like it.
I mean, when Try has fed our cats in the past, he doesn't see Maddie.
Yeah.
I've like been
Well.
extremely concerned at times. Like, what if she like somehow like got into another room and the door closed behind her? Like, I can't find her.
Yeah, it's weird because Maddie did not start out like super duper shy. She was a little bit shy, but Try used to see her the year or two after we got her, when he would come to feed her, right?
Yeah. Sometimes.
Yeah, but as the years went on, she just seemed to become more and more shy and reclusive. And when it comes to strangers, it's really bizarre.
I remember one time when I was over there streaming, like she waltzed into the room, and there's just like look of surprise on her face, like, oh crap, there's another person in here. I would have never come in here if I knew.
It's kind of how she is with Sam now.
I'm sure I told you this story over the years about my cat, but if not, you'll love it because it's like it feels like a very like classic me sort of story. So
yeah?
we'll go the classic Xavian story. So my cat Suvi was not always shy, but within like the first year of having her, when she was like 6 months to a year and a half old, she used to like always go in the hallway anytime I would open the apartment door. So if I was like gonna go out somewhere, she would just kind of like waltz out, or if I got like food delivered or friends came over, she'd just kind of just do her own thing. She wasn't really bothered. So one evening, this is like I've been living in LA for about a year or so, I think. And I got food delivered. It's like the evening. She just goes on out the door, delivery person gives me my food. Then I'm like, all right, come on back. And for the first time, she does not come back. She's not like running away, but she's like just going down the hall, further down. And I'm like, oh God, like people have like big dogs in here. I'm kind of like,
Oh no.
So I just pop out of my apartment to go grab her, and the door shuts behind me.
Oh no!
And I accidentally had the handle on my door locked, like as opposed to the deadbolt. So here I am standing in the hallway at like 8 o'clock at night. Like I don't have my keys on me. I don't have my cell phone on me.
Oh.
I'm not wearing shoes. I'm barefoot.
Oh,
luckily, luckily everything else I'm, wearing. I mean, not that I answer the door in my boxers or something, but you never know. So I like go grab her, turn around, push the handle, and then like my heart drops because like I'm locked out.
Oh.
So this begins this whole entire like several hour long thing of me like jiggling the handle. Okay, can't get in. I go down to the like apartment manager that lives on site. She's not home.
Oh.
I know she like works a second job too, so I figure she's probably there. So then I bump into some neighbors who I've like never really met. And before you know it, like me and a cadre of like 8 other neighbors are like taking turns holding my cat while like we're all trying to like jimmy the door. And some of them are like much younger than me too, like in their early 20s. And they're like, oh, all of these doors you can open with a credit card. Like you can do the little credit card trick of sliding one in.
Wow.
They're like, oh, we've had to do it before. Doesn't work. We try and try. Meanwhile, like again, my cat is being handed around to like just tons of strangers. Nobody's putting her down because we don't want her to run away.
Yeah.
And then like we try to like call a locksmith, they never show up. So this goes on for like 2 or 3 hours. It's like at this point, yeah. Oh, it gets better. At this point, it's like 11 o'clock at night. I want to say, and I've only been in LA for a short amount of time. Like the only like really good friends I have that are close by live about a mile down the street. So I'm like, I don't really know what I can do. They're probably going to bed soon. So I decide to take my food, the food bag I set outside the door to, when I was getting my cat. So I take this brown bag filled with food, empty the food out, take my cat, shove her in the brown bag, and I walk down Hollywood Boulevard with my cat in a brown bag, barefoot, about a mile, maybe upwards of a mile and a half,
Oh my god.
to my friend's place. Knock on the door, or I don't knock. I have to like buzz into their apartment. So I buzz in, and I know that they're not going to answer like a random person. They're not expecting me. So I'm just like, hey, it's me. Help, please. Like, let me in. This shows up like on their Google Voice like transcript, like text message. So they come down and meet me, thankfully. Go into their apartment. They have a cat too. So like I'm thinking, okay, that's a really super sweet and friendly cat. I hope they get along. So I like open the bag, and Subi like is poking her little head out, and like, my friend's cat was super, super friendly, just comes up and is like, meow, 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 like just wanting to like say hello, and she's like terrified. So you just like see her just like cowering in the back of this bag.
Oh.
Eventually, like, I guess, no, like this is her first time like encountering another animal in like a year since she was on the streets. So then I like get my friend's like little travel bag. I put her in. He drives me back to my place. Like, oddly enough, the timing was perfect because the moment we walk in the door, like the apartment manager is just randomly there, just getting home from work. So she's able to let me back into my apartment. But oh my god! Ever since then, my cat has been terrified of people. Like, she used to be a lab cat, has never been a lab cat since.
Oh,
just shy, and now in her older age, of course, like just little mean. But
poor thing.
Yeah, the terrifying story. Ugh.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the raid, Morgan.
We've been talking about cats for like an hour and a half, I think. Well, mostly you all, because I don't have much to say.
So bored of this cat talk.
What did he say? We've been talking about cats for an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Try wants us to talk about dogs.
I know y'all don't have much to say about dogs.
True.
Speaking of dogs, do you want to go pee, Sandy? Do you want to go pee? Let's go pee, okay?
Ugh.
How late do you do these streams nowadays?
Till 11 our time.
Okay. Not quite the the old days of doing like whatever time it was, 6 p.m. till midnight or something, like 2 days a week.
Oh, it wasn't.
It was a 6 to midnight.
Yeah, we always started at 7, but it definitely used to go to midnight. It was funny because like Try kind of fussed when I brought up I can't do this midnight thing anymore. Can we like start stopping at 11? And then like a few years ago, he told me that he had to end M-League stream sooner.
Well, I mean, I remember back in the day starting them when they were 7 to midnight, like twice a week. Like I think maybe Monday and Thursday or something, or Tuesday and Thursday. Like I remember Try was like, we should do more. We should do like a third night a week. Like,
was it like Sunday and Wednesday or something?
Well, we should just play video games, stream anytime we play video games.
Yeah.
You know what? We'd probably be making pretty okay money if we did that at this point.
Maybe.
There's an opportunity cost there. I don't know.
Yeah.
I gotta say, I mean, I am impressed that Try can go from doing this the previous night in like a several hour long, but like very engaged technical run around.
Well,
like
that's
thing,
not what I normally
multitasking.
do on Sundays. Normally,
you
it's
spend your
much
Sunday
more
evenings?
just playing video games like normal.
But still, it's impressive to do it back to back. Like,
John, do you know if you keep the key, if you got the key in this dungeon and then died?
I did not die after I got the key.
Do you know if it like appears in your inventory somewhere visibly?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, I don't know where it would appear. I had a healing I had a healing spell available, but I was mashing the button and I just couldn't use it because I was being juggled.
God, I might order some mac and cheese.
Do it.
Ugh.
I want to know all about what kind it is.
But see, like, you can't just have mac and cheese for dinner. That's how they get you, you know? And like, then do I want several days worth of mac and cheese? Well, I guess the answer to that is yes. Yes, I do.
I mean, what kind of place are we talking about here? Is this like is it a mac and cheese place, or is it a place that just happens to have mac and cheese?
No, I mean, I do not know of any just mac and cheese place. So it does just happen to have it.
I mean, I have seen I've seen a place around here. It's called like, I think it's just like I love mac and cheese or something like that.
Well, so like for many years in LA, a few of my friends and I would try to do lunch, like, you know, it was hard to do it like every week, but every couple weeks. And we'd always call it old man lunch. And we all liked like old school retro diners, so we always wanted to try something diner like or something diner adjacent. And what you quickly discover is you get really sick of diners really fast, and a lot of them are very much the same. Even if they're like good, it's just diner food. And you know, like breakfast is usually solid, but like eating like dinner at a diner is like just pretty much miss more than it is hit. But anyway, there's a diner in my neighborhood that like does some like, I don't even know how to say like good diner food, but it's like it's done with a little flair. So I kind of like it. I might do mac and cheese from there. There's also like a bougie sort of restaurant that has a great mac and cheese, but then I feel like I'm going to have to order another entree, and that like is going to be like $50. Probably not what I'm looking for.
I mean, I feel like though, I mean, you're talking about like a fancy diner or whatever, I guess. But like, I feel like when I want diner food, like you are there because it's like simple and predictable.
Yeah, that's true. But you know, like, I mean, like, there are a lot of diners that do a bad job at like even the basics. Like, if I say I'm like gonna get something stupid simple like chicken tenders and French fries, or you know, just stuff like that.
Yeah,
like that stuff better taste better than like the frozen ones I could buy at the grocery store and throw in an oven.
I feel like that's
worse. Then it's like, ugh, you're doing something wrong here.
I feel like that's what they tend to be, though. Like if you get chicken tenders at a place that's like not known for their chicken tenders, it's like basically grocery store chicken tenders.
Yeah, so well, like the place that I'm talking about in my neighborhood, at least like clearly like makes this stuff from scratch. If you get fries, they're actually making the fries. If you're getting like chicken tenders, they're actually like cutting and cutting the chicken, doing like their own sort of breading. It's like maybe they put some like sort of spices or seasoning that like give it a little something. Maybe they have like their own special sauce for it. Like just this little bit of effort goes a long way from like for actually like making it feel like it's worth it to order from there instead of just going to the grocery store and buying food, being an adult. I don't love being an adult, but sometimes it's necessary.
Man, I kind of forgot to update my deck for a long time there.
I sure wish I could remember where the place that I need to use the key is. I don't think I don't think I have to do that fight again, but boy, I can't remember where the key door was. Oh, it might be here. What? Garbage! I went into a dead end that looked like the same place that had the key. And I thought I got into a fight in both dead ends.
Were all the torches lit?
Torches? What?
How did you get the key without doing the torch thing?
What torch thing?
Okay, this took me a long time to figure out, but you know those test tubes around the level that like Tyrant would come out of?
Yeah, I've been messing with those.
But every one of those you break open, there's a battle, but that lights a torch at a room at the end of the main path.
Oh, well, see, I've been ignoring the tubes because I broke.
You already did them.
I already did them.
Yeah.
Do you know what the Big B card does if you have that? Because it like.
I do not have it. I haven't gone to the bonus level yet.
Well,
Maybe
that's
I'll
where
go
I
there
got
next.
it. It just like
brave enough and
follows
enough
you and has
game
like
master,
looks like a cloud of poison.
level red,
but
where you will
I mean,
face
you could examine the deck to see what it does.
clone. You.
Oh, great. Now I don't know. Is this the entrance? Okay. Ah, jeez.
It's a little late for it now, but what do you all think of the Mario movie? Because I just watched it for the first time last night.
They have not seen it.
I haven't seen it yet.
They haven't seen. I mean, I have seen it, and I when the Blu-ray came out, I bought it to watch with Drum and Lynn, but they haven't been ready for it yet.
Oh, I didn't know you bought the Blu-ray.
Well, yeah, I told you all immediately, and I thought we were going to watch it when you were ready.
I don't remember being told that you bought the Blu-ray.
I forgot that you had the Blu-ray. We could have watched that on Saturday.
Well, I mean, I offered, and it sounded like Lynn didn't want to watch it, but feels like she should watch it.
I think that is still her feelings on things.
Yeah.
Well, we should watch it. I mean,
is there a reason for that?
I did not remember that you had the Blu-ray.
But you weren't tempted when it came out in theaters?
We haven't seen a theater movie since we were invited to a
private screening.
Screening of Dune. Yeah.
Oh.
Holy mother of green cheeses!
There's this big movie theater people.
I mean, it's expensive to go to movie theaters.
Yeah.
Like, good
And
luck
it's
just two of you
loud and
going and getting out of there
different.
like with less than $50 like spent. You know, parking. I don't know if it's like that there, but
Parking's not really an issue, but like it's sometimes too loud and I don't know. You can't have subtitles if you want them.
I do love subtitles. I gotta say, I hate the like assigned seats that they do. Like, I don't
assigned seats.
Oh yeah, like
That's
at
a
all
thing
major
now. That's been a thing for a
theaters.
while.
Oh, not here, has it?
That's what I know of.
If it's like
I
a
think
major
I think it's
chain,
pretty
I
common
think
now.
Mm.
But anyway, I mean, so we probably shouldn't say much, but I mean, I liked it a lot.
Oh, it was fine. Like, you know.
Well, next time we're over at Tries, maybe we should watch it.
Yeah. I would like that.
I mean, it was like pretty, very pretty. Is Illumination doing a Zelda one now too? Is that what I heard?
I mean, people are speculating about it. I mean, obviously the movie did like crazy good. So it's almost for sure that there will be more Nintendo movies, but like I can't imagine Illumination doing Zelda unless it's like Wind Waker style, which could work, but like I don't like this subject came up on Emlig's stream not long ago. Like I feel like I would prefer them to, you know, whether it would work or not, like I would prefer them to at least attempt a live action Zelda, I think.
I hadn't thought about that. I don't know which I would prefer.
Well, but then someone in the chat suggested you know, like a Ghibli movie. And that's like the right answer, but it would never happen. It would
that would never happen, but I would absolutely take that.
That is the right answer for Zelda though, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be so difficult, you know, like. Plus, then you compete. I mean, like, Mario's one thing, right? Like, Mario's Mario, but, like, since Breath of the Wild, I mean, the storytelling in the Zelda games has been pretty excellent. So it's, like, I don't know how you do something that's at least that good. You know, I feel like that's, like, the low bar.
I mean, I didn't think much of the story in Breath of the Wild, honestly, but I really like the story in Tears of the Kingdom.
I don't think much of Tears of the Kingdom.
There really wasn't much of a story in Breath of the Wild, really.
Yeah, true.
I mean, but that's Breath of the Wild is like, you know, until I experience something I like better. Like that's the kind of story video game sparse, but like the little they do, it does a lot. Like how you feel about the.
It's just that I think in the case of Breath of the Wild, though, like most of the characters were characters that you don't yourself really get to meet because they aren't in the present day.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I being in front of a character and hitting the A button thrill me in a meaningful way.
Well, I mean, it doesn't me either, and that's why, like, man, and you know, Final Fantasy 16 generally did this too, but it was people were really weird about this suggestion when I said it in the Digital Foundry Final Fantasy 13 video, but like, I think what Final Fantasy 13 did and VII Remake, where like you only like actually check on, click the button on functional NPCs, and then otherwise like everything is just like absorbed like passively, right?
Yeah.
I think that's the way forward, right? Like you get your world building with the NPCs talking amongst themselves, but you don't have to like make an effort to get it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I thought that was so well done. Well, a lot of people were like, oh no, it was all oh well, but the Trails games, everything. I'm so curious when I get around to Trails of Cold Steel, what it's going to be like, because people are like, oh, but they do such a good, like you talk to all the NPCs so many times and it's so well done. It's just, the world building is just, oh. I'm going to be curious if it's like, if it's just too much or if it's actually really that well done.
Try, real quick. Is there a reason to fight the beehives in this level?
If you beat all the beehives, that beats the level. But after you break all the eggs, which are on the other side of the chasm, there was this like boulder that blew up, and then there was like steam under it, and I wanted to check it out because I thought I would like fight a cockatrice or something, because there's an NPC that mentions it. But then I beat the last beehive and the level ended, so I never got to examine what.
Like I picked the wrong week to quit amphetamines.
I never got to see what happened under the boulder.
So I guess I'll skip them for now.
I mean, you might have to do it unless checking what's under the boulder might complete the level. But there's beehives on the other side too. There's beehives on both sides, so you may as well take care of them now.
Too late.
I agree with what you were saying earlier there, Tri. I do like the kind of absorbing the information around you in an RPG sort of thing. It's so strange. Like, so many of these sound so old. So many of these games nowadays have their voice acting, have like the story being pushed forward with that, and that's great. But the problem, like I'm finding, is like I either love it or I hate it. And so, like in the case of Final Fantasy 16, I don't think I've heard better voice acting ever.
That's really good, yeah.
Fantastic. It is just great. Very rarely is it even awkward or weird. Like the writing is just really good too. It just sounds like people talking. It doesn't sound like a writer writing about people talking.
Yeah.
But then, like, you take a Zelda game, and I felt the same about Breath of the Wild and of what I played of Tears of the Kingdom. It is so grating to me. It is so terribly bad that I just can't. I hate it. Even Final Fantasy VII Remake, I kind of hate the voice acting. That's probably, like, the closest to, like, middle ground I ever go on it, but, like, it's just so visceral where I'm like, this is either wonderful or terrible. Oh.
I kind of didn't like what I heard of Aerith's voice, but that also what I heard of her was a lot of battle yelling, so I could be skewed unfairly for that.
She definitely... Yeah, no, her voice is definitely like, yeah, I agree. It's like, for sure the worst. Barrett's is just terrible. Like, Tifa's is okay. Say again? No, say again.
Huh?
What did you say? Sorry.
I said, see, I liked Barrett's, actually.
I mean,
it just feels so...
over the top.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that fits his character, though. He is very over.
That's a good point. That's a really good point.
I didn't have a problem with any of the voices of 7. I do much prefer the Breath of the Wild.
Y'all are cutting out like crazy.
Really not great.
What'd you say, Trey?
You all are cutting out like crazy.
Ugh. Why?
I mean, I agree with Pally too about it, like seeming like a bit stereotypical too. Like, thankfully, the dude that did it seems good, you know. So like, I think that was a big element of it. But oh yeah, Aerith's was just the worst, and like, I don't know if it was the writing or if it was the intonation of her voice, but like even Tifa's was like, oh wow, gee, this like.
I
just
thought Tifa and Cloud were really good. I mean, for the most part, I liked the main cast, but just like the overall voice direction, though, I can understand why it would not suit everyone. But I thought the actors did good. I think the actors did good, but like I can understand how like maybe just the overall tone was just maybe not for everyone.
Xavier, do you have my video stream on? If you turned that off, it would help.
Let's see. I am on the mobile app because I'm using my AirPods, and apparently they don't work well with Windows. Do you know how I can disable the video on the mobile app?
On mobile, I have no idea.
Huh. I wonder if I just kind of lock the screen if it won't push it. We'll try that. Yeah, because I'm not seeing a way to disable it. But it's strange, when Lynn talks, I hear her fine, but Drum, yours almost feels like it's like cutting out as like a volume sort of thing, as like, you know, a filter.
I wonder that if he's like too loud or too close or something.
Well, try
I thought maybe too far away. Like,
too far away.
What?
I don't know.
Oh, sound about.
But it's funny. So, like, I watched the Digital Foundry video that John Linneman did for Final Fantasy 16. Like, I like those videos. I watch a lot of them for, like, the tech analysis is interesting to me. But he pointed out, I mean, like, I love the guy. I love his videos. In one case, he's an asshole, and here's why. Because he made me aware of something that I was never aware of, and now I can't unsee it. Where he talked about like he was like, you know, like the character animation and voice acting is all great. He's like, but then, you know, you go into these like scenes where you're actually interacting with the characters like in the game,
right?
And suddenly they had this very like PS3 sort of like poor animation, repetitive animation, like sort of thing. And after he said that, oh my God, that just ruined everything for me. I'm like, they do. It's so bad.
It's actually like kind of worse than a lot, like maybe some PS3s. Like, yeah, when like all the side quest stuff has like really bad animation scenes.
It reminded me so much of the original Fable. Like for the first Xbox, it was just like, you're right. It's like, in a lot of ways, it is worse than PS3.
It's it makes me think of the first of the not new but relatively newer Deus Ex games, which is the only one I've played. I think was it Human Revolution, I think. The interactions are very similar to that, but in some ways, like again, like maybe kind of worse. Like, yeah, the yeah, the side quest conversation cutscenes are not great. But like the main story cutscenes are great.
Oh yeah, no, the main story. It's like hard to believe that it's the same engine. You know, like
It's bizarre.
oh, but yeah, I was so mad that it was pointed out. Like when he did that, I'm like, huh? And then I go play the game again because I was only a few hours in, and then I'm like, oh no.
What have
I'm
you
never
done?
not going to see this in every game that I've played. I'm like, oh, like what a jerk. No.
I mean, Sephi, purely from a gameplay perspective, Final Fantasy is becoming too west. I just want my turn-based battle, damn it.
Yeah, we lost all of that except the end. I think the sentiment was conveyed though.
I'm just gonna stop talking.
Say it again, man. Give it another try. Let's just see if it works. I heard that. Phenomena. Phenomena.
Try a somersault.
Oh, that was supposed to be a Star Fox voice.
We heard that. We heard loud and clear.
Yeah.
Our interpretation better.
It's like really it only cuts out when Drum has something like insightful
Would
to
you rather
say.
have
Like
the ability to pause time during a boss battle or have the ability to reset the game if you die?
Why you do have the ability to reset the game if you
Yeah. Or maybe it means the game of life. No, probably not.
Man, I wish I could remember where the door was. I'm gonna run out of cards before I get to back to the door.
You're still running around that level.
I cannot learn the route through this level, apparently.
Did you light the torches?
Yeah, I got the key again, but
Okay.
I can't find the door again.
Would you rather have your bionic arm permanently fused to your body? Or be able to detach it at will but risk losing it or having it stolen?
I don't know what detaching your arm really does for you. I guess you could like send it in for repairs or something. I don't
know.
I mean, you know, it might be nice to be able to take it off now and then, but like
for a Halloween costume or something.
But why? Like I mean, I would not be that concerned about losing it or having it stolen. I mean, you can, you know, you can make efforts to protect against that. Paper Mario Sticker Star.
Not us.
One of many Paper Marios that was not great. I liked the ideas behind it, where it was, oh, you just get to the door and the level ends. There's not even a boss. But I liked the ideas behind it. Like before it came out, people were very much kind of like,
You are starting to annoy me.
yeah, they were like that. They were like the ideas behind this game annoy me. I do not like what they're doing here.
I've never even heard of this game.
It's the 3DS Paper Mario.
Uh-oh. Is it okay? Well, the important thing is that we survived.
But anyway, it's like you don't level up, but you like pick up. It's kind of like a card battler actually, where you like pick up these stickers and you like consume them in combat, but then you get more stickers as you do things in the world and after you fight. But the problem was there was no incentive to fight like anything but bosses generally, because you almost always used more stickers than you got out of the battle, and like it just generally seemed like a bad idea.
What's going on in this town?
So okay, so I'm going to not have you, mommy. Playgrat. B.
I'm fighting the cockatrice's try.
Oh yeah. Well, let me get out if you
I
get
don't know what
something
it's doing for me, but
cool.
I'm doing it.
Looking good, Billy Ray!
Feeling good, Lewis?
Bernie, you might.
So what are you most looking forward to, game wise, coming up?
It's kind of crazy. Like like I can't think of anything big from any of from Sony or Microsoft between now and the end of the year, other than Starfield, which is a game I'm definitely looking forward to playing. But like I'm not gonna play it day one. Like the only games like between now and the end of the year that I'm aware of, at least, that is like, yes, I'm buying that day one 100%, is Super Mario RPG Remake and Super Mario Wonder. Like those look amazing to me, and there's like nothing else really.
Is the RPG remake this year?
Yeah, it's November.
Really?
Or no,
Wow.
it might be. I think it's October, and then Super Mario Wonder is November, I think.
Wow.
Or well, it's either October and November or November and December. I can't remember. Well, I mean, that's typical of Nintendo. Like, they don't typically announce games until they're pretty close.
Yeah, I'm just still not used to that.
Ew,
Oh,
Bernie. Yeah, Bernie and Sam get along pretty fine. They fight every now and then, but Bernie's only hissed at him a handful of times.
Yeah, they like chase each other around and play a lot too.
Oh wow!
Maddie and Bernie don't really play, I assume.
Very rarely.
I hunger.
Maddie doesn't seem too into playing unless it involves food.
Yeah.
And Maddie and Sam are getting pretty decent. Like they'll flop on the ground within a few feet of each other sometimes.
Yeah. Just if Sam gets too close to Maddie, she'll hiss at him.
Do you need to sit on my lap, Sandy? Is that what's going on? You need to sit here?
But Bernie don't care.
Yeah, Bernie don't care.
Bernie's just laid back.
Okay. That'll last.
Yep, we are
Maybe
now
5 minutes at
outnumbered
most.
by cats, which is kind of a scary prospect.
Oh. I can't remember if I saved already. Okay, there we go. Well, I guess I'll...
This one is Bernie, Pally. He's the 11-year-old toothless grandpa.
Yep.
I mean, he was toothless before he was a grandpa.
Well, yeah, but we've called him a grandpa since toothless, pretty much, right?
Yeah, he's been a grandpa for 7 years now.
Yeah.
Wow, that long?
Yeah, that long.
Wow.
Was it more like 8 years? Like, wasn't that like within a year of us getting him?
Really? That doesn't
Pretty
seem
soon.
Was fairly soon.
Maddie, poofball, not sure if actually.
Yeah.
Sam is a black and white tabby player. He's not just straight. He's not just straight black and white.
Yeah.
I mean, the camera quality is bad. I guess I could post a picture or something.
Hey, I would pull one up, but I think all mine are on.
I mean, I might have put one in drop.
Bernie.
No, you can't. Can you just share Dropbox pictures no matter what folder they're in now? Or do they still have to be in the public folder?
You might be able to, like, hit the menu on the right and have a shareable link.
I hit it. Here.
Bernie. There's, like, 10 minutes left in the stream.
Yeah.
Oh, you got them up.
No, I've got a knitting thing going on here.
Why don't you go away then?
Yeah. Why don't you go away, bro?
Oh, a behemoth.
Ah! What? No kissing.
Ew. Bernie, no. Bernie, no. Bernie. No gaming, only Bernie time.
I'm going with the mac and cheese with crushed up Cheez-Its.
Oh,
Whoa.
man. Man, there were... I bought some Cheez-Its at the grocery store a few months ago. And
Wait for my knit.
and on the back of it was like they were advertising these like puffed Cheez-Its. And the lady in the checkout lane was like looking at them, and she was just like entranced by that. She was just like, what? What is this? I'm like, I don't know. She's like, well, you picked it out. I'm like, no, they're just advertising that on the back. That's not what it is. And she's just like, wow, that looks amazing.
So, Drum, Lynn, upcoming games?
I mean, they never buy new games anymore, so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Other than
pretty
Tears,
much.
Other than Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, you haven't bought Tears of the Kingdom, have you?
Yep. Yeah, we have.
Oh.
Yeah, we established that earlier. Try. Keep up.
Yeah, pay attention, try. Gosh.
Jeez. New games are expensive. Also, there are a lot of old games.
Yeah. I mean, I don't buy a lot other than like Nintendo stuff like day one, really, because like other stuff definitely goes down in price anyway.
There's a good pick of Sam.
Sitting on the food bins.
Yeah, he likes to sit on the food bins when he's hungry.
He's just like, man, this stuff is the best. I just want to be near it.
We've all been there before.
Yeah. He does have a chin patch. It looks like he's perpetually got a food he needs to. Oh,
Wait.
what happened to the stream?
The stream just died?
Oh no.
I mean,
Oh,
I've
it's
got,
back.
I've got green over here.
That was weird.
Does his face look wider on the stream than on your computer?
But this is stretched a little for the GameCube aspect ratio.
Gotcha. Too cute for the stream to handle. Yeah, now you understand why we had to go and get it back. He was just too dang cute.
No, absolutely. Oh, second cat's going to be a challenge, especially with a one-bedroom apartment. I'm going to buy plywood and I think cordon off like a good piece of my living room, an area that has windows too. It'll be fun. Hopefully neither cat feels compelled to jump over 6 foot tall plywood, but you never know.
You never know.
I just can't get over that little face.
Right?
It's like so regal.
Oh, he is not regal in real life. He's very goofy. Maddie is still our most regal cat by far.
Oh, yeah. The other two will be meowing their heads off for food, and Maddie's just politely sitting next to the food containers.
She's just looking up at you.
Beware, I hunger.
One of my neighbors used to keep his cat outdoor. That was a big floofy cat too, and she was mostly indoor outdoor, but mostly outdoor. But she would just always be around no matter the time of the day. So I would go outside maybe 7 or 8 in the morning, throw away some trash, and she would just be there meow, wanting in. She'd mostly just follow most of the neighbors into our apartments, but of course I couldn't let her in because of Suvi. So one morning she's just meowing and meowing at me. So I picked her up, then just held her for a little bit, then she was cool. And I noticed my hand was a little wet when I put her down.
Was she drooling on you?
I think she had peed and her floof was just a little wet from that.
No,
which is to me is no big deal. So I came inside after, and then I went to my cat Suvi, was coming around. So I went to go down to pet her, and halfway there I realized my hand was still wet. So I'm like, I wonder what she'll do. So I just get my hand near, and she goes and sniffs it, and then just looks up at me, and her eyes go wide, and she just goes, nah! Screamed while just staring at me like a scream I've never heard before. So, territorial cats, apparently.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Sandy.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her all stream.
She's sitting was sitting on the recliner.
Yeah, in the early days when we had Sam and Bernie smelled something that had Sam's scent on it, he just I don't know if you've ever seen a cat get this mouth slightly gaping open, stupid look on his face. We call it stinky face. Because it looks like they just smelled something just god awful. Oh, careful. She don't like that.
Like Mary.
She don't like that. It's okay, Maddie.
You want some kibble for your trouble.
You want some kibble.
You want some kibble.
Yeah, you do.
I love stinky face if it's followed by the little tongue just being perpetually out,
Yeah, Sephi. Apparently they open their mouth a little, actually have scent somethings
glands
Good,
or
Billy Ray.
what do you call it? They can. Opening the mouth helps them smell it better somehow. It's weird. Cats are weird.
Ugh.
I guess that's about it.
Yeah.
I end up spending like 15 minutes like looking at cards to evolve.
Don't really have any idea how far into the game we're.
Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't feel like very far, especially considering that the estimate was not that long, but the in-game clock seems to progress very weirdly slowly.
Bizarre.
What is the what's the clock reading right now for both of you? Like, is it similar?
Where do you even check?
Well, go into the memory card slot, and you'll see your save files.
250.
So less than a quarter of the time actually played.
What? No.
Or a third, or 2/3. Let's say, numbers, okay?
Numbers.
He's been playing with the Tink too much.
Those are the only numbers I care about.
16 by 9, the amount of time played.
3840 by 2160. That's my life.
All right. Well, until next week. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me right now.
Would you rather have to wear a suit of armor everywhere you go or have to carry a whip with you at all times?
The whip, obviously.
Yeah, whip, for sure.
Not wearing a heavy suit of armor everywhere.
Yeah,
You get a lot of questions about your whip, though.
Yeah, you get a lot of questions about your.
Yeah, I feel like the whip could be concealed. I mean, it could be your belt. You know?
Maybe. I thought with the armor, you could just be like, "Have you seen the world? Come on."
Yes.
It's true. The whip just feels like a good conversation starter.
The whip, you might get like some freaky people coming after you, hitting on you. I don't know.
They're like, yeah.
Next time.
You're one of the whip people too. Like,
I mean, if you dress like Indiana Jones, people aren't gonna.
Send you a postcard.
That's a good idea.
You know, that would offset that a bit.
Just be known as the guy around town dressing as Indiana Jones everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
The guy, the kinky guy, right?
So yeah, my clock is 2:37. So I don't know how this game counts time, but not very well.
I don't think this game knows how it counts time.
Yeah.
Well,
so this might turn out to be a 3-stream game.
that's
fine.
what it feels like. Wow, look at the is it kerning on the empty here? Look at that.
Oh yeah. the gap between the P and the T.
Oh God.
No.
It's
Why
horrifying.
would you say that?
And the Y too.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah, I
nightmare material.
see that.
Hey Sam, you want to come say good night to everybody?
That's like the only thing too that has the bad kerning. That's crazy.
Yeah. Weird.
Well, you know what? If you look at Katya's name, there's actually the T has a lot of space around it there too. It's not as obvious though.
Yeah, but so does the I. I guess the A, not so much.
Yeah.
You're very low, Sam. You're very low, Sam.
Stop manhandling me.
I thought he liked being handled.
Oh. Real
You're supposed
zoom
to
up
look
of
at
him.
the camera, man.
I just want to squeeze the cat. And the dog, to be fair, too.
He's not usually thrilled about being picked up, mainly because when we pick him up to go put him back in his room.
But but he's friendly.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sandy's really floofy too. Like Sandy, it looks smaller now than I thought she was.
I mean, she's not very big.
She's not a big dog, but she's a fluffy dog.
Oh.
Alrighty, well, I guess we will see you, huh?
I should announce, if anyone didn't notice or when Troy mentioned it earlier, the open beta for the site remake is live. The migration FAQ about what your data is going to look like on the new site. Everyone should go read that. You can find it at the top of your Backloggery page in the Patreon.
Can you transfer existing data to the beta?
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
Boy came up on his own. Is it Sam? Yeah.
So are there any features that you're working on, or are you just like, let's make sure everything works right?
We're in bug fixing and conversion mode right now.
Wow. Amazing.
Exciting times.
How many people have signed up for the beta?
It's just so snappy.
There are 153 people on the open beta right now.
Pretty good.
Have you gotten any bug reports yet?
Oh,
Are
God,
you kidding?
God, yes.
Were all of them surprising to you? Or
not all of them, no.
Some of them, yes, though. You're like, how did that happen? Were all of them obvious enough how to fix so far, or?
I mean, I haven't even started to delve into some of them.
Well, good luck.
Good luck. All right, but with that, good night, Backlogger.
Good Backloggery. Stick around for the raid.
I need you to get up, Sandy, so I can turn off the stream.